And we're live.
Good morning. Welcome to our Budget Committee meeting for Monday, November 22nd, 2021. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if there's any declaration of interest at this time. Seeing none, I will move along to deputations, and we have no deputations at this time. So I'll move directly to item D, which is our 2022 proposed business plan and budget. And I know that we have a presentation at this time.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public that are joining us for our 2022 budget session. This is a series of meetings that we greatly look forward to. And as you know, we're very proud of our financial position, and you'll hear about that throughout the day. Just a couple things on process to start the meeting off that I think would be helpful. We're going to do the process very similar to how we have in the past. We're firstly having a general overview. We're going to do a real sort of detailed update of our modernization and business transformation programs, which are leading edge. And then followed by, we're going to walk through each department and department's initiatives and from both an operating and a capital perspective. So there'll be lots of opportunity for council to ask questions, seek clarifications, and provide input. In order to not overwhelm everybody, there's two full day sessions planned for this week. I was going to propose, and I talked to Madam Mayor, that we take breaks at appropriate times. So mid-morning, we will take a break for about 15 minutes and just allow folks to attend to matters, a bio break, get a green tea, whatever you wish. We will have a lunch break as well. And depending on the length of the afternoon session, there may be another break inserted as well. So we do have today, November 22nd and November 24th, fully allotted for budget discussions. And we will be bringing forward further material on December 7th. A couple other introductory comments I would like to make. This budget includes the largest capital project in East Gwillimbury's history. And I'm sure we will have a special session devoted to that on our Health and Active Living Plaza, which is going to be a tremendous facility for all of our residents to use. Our goal is to get the construction initiated in the 2022 calendar year, but we have some work to do still on design, and there's some questions to be answered with regards to sustainability matters that will be included today, and pursuant to council direction, we will bring them forward at the end of the 24th, the Wednesday session, for reconsideration by council, so that we may in fact get staff the ability to get moving on the detailed design, the pre-qualification of contractors, and the award. Secondly, I can let council know that I have been having regular meetings weekly with our CAOs in York Region, and importantly, last week I had an N6 CAO update meeting. We exchanged information on budgets. King at this point is relatively low. I believe theirs is adopted and it's about 0.5%. So it's just over zero. The majority of other municipalities, I could assure council, are tracking within the 2 to 3% range. That seems to be where most are landing. Our direction was to come in at a 0, and that's what we've done with a special allocation of 1% at this point in time for startup costs for the help as we incrementally build that up, and secondly for an additional snow operator and parks operator to be shared by our two frontline departments. If I could ask Val Valadima, I believe with Warren, they're in the Budget Central here, and I believe that our clerk Tara Lajavarde is controlling the screen. So Tara, could you please advance to the corporate priorities? Once again this year, we have put together a summary from all departmental budgets of what we consider to be key priorities for council to adopt. And we use these twofold. They're very helpful in making sure we're doing the right things, and we're doing things right. It's comforting to look as an administrator and see that the initiatives on this are our priorities, and so this year we continue to add a fifth. These are based on our strategic plan pillars or key initiatives that were approved in 2019 by this council. We've been using them for this full term of council. But you can see where we've added management of and recovery from the 2021 COVID-19 emergency response. So we've had since 2020, we've had 2 years, close to 2 years now, and our Build Back Better initiatives and support for our employees continue to be a primary focus as we continually reintroduce programs and events similar to what we would have in the past, if not better. I'm not proposing to go through these, but I would ask council to keep these on their desks in some form as we go through the binder to make sure that we do have the right elements there. You can see the culture of municipal excellence has 5 or 6 key initiatives. Our quality programs and services is another area. And if we just go down, Tara, to the other 2 pillars are responsible growth and environmental protection with the town's official plan at the forefront and updating our master plans. And then, of course, building complete communities. And that's our 4th prong of our strategic plan. And so I present that at the beginning, and we will amend this throughout this process to make sure that revisions as appropriate are made. On that note, Madam Mayor, I was proposing to pass it over to our finance team, who have done a terrific job, put in a lot of effort to get us to this position to allow for deliberations to occur. And I believe I am passing it over to Treasurer Warren Marshall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webster, and our team is ready to go, I see.
Madam Mayor, the other thing I think would be helpful would be after each speaker, we would allow for any questions. So maybe we should just check in at this point to see if there's any questions for the initial comments made.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Good morning, and thank you for the great package that we've been reading for the last few weeks. A lot of information in here. Just starting off with this corporate priorities for discussion. One thing that really jumped out at me in the responsible growth and environmental protection is the lack of speaking to environmental protection and what we will be doing as far as climate change mitigation, as far as protecting the environment. We have the one thing saying about the 83% of green spaces, but what are we doing with the rest of the town and all the growth that's coming? I just feel that there should be something in our corporate priorities that actually speak to environmental protection outside of that 83% green space.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Carruthers is correct. We brought a proposal forward to council several months ago, and it was discussed, and we had direction to continue on with a focus on the official plan, but we were also requested to report back with regards to a scoping and putting a more impetus on the environment. Councillor Carruthers is correct. It followed the submission made by our Environmental Advisory Committee, which had a lot of thought in it. And it's these types of things exactly why we go through this process. We could certainly add an initiative and some resourcing for that. We've been talking about it as a senior management team, and it's something that we might be able to do through an addendum, possibly for Wednesday, or for the 7th, have some additional elements that would put a more of a higher focus clearly on the environment, on those other initiatives that Councillor Carruthers mentioned.
Thank you very much. I think we've encapsulated the responsible growth. I just think that we need to be equally cognizant of environmental protection. It's going to become increasingly more important as we come out of COVID and people start turning to other emergencies such as the climate crisis. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. I would hope that woven throughout our entire presentations, we also have the environment front of mind as well. Okay. Seeing no further questions, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of committee. We're going to step you through a bit of an overview of the operating and capital project or submissions for 2022. I'm here with Val Adema, the Director of Finance and Deputy Treasurer, and Kirsten Dax, who's Manager of Development Financing. We're going to step through this presentation for you. If we can go to the next slide, please. So Council has operated with a budget objective, one of the budget objectives, to align the tax increases on our base and base programs and services to the rate of inflation. So as you can see here, for the past 5 years, and really before that, we have been successful in doing that. You'll notice in 2020, starting in 2020 and 2021, the gap has really increased. So there's been inflationary pressures on our budget that we basically have absorbed for 2021. And that was a one-time thing with respect to helping out people who had some issues with COVID and the pandemic. So we did that as a one-time thing. We've decided to do that again in 2022 as a pandemic continued. So, but you'll notice that the inflation rate has increased significantly in 2022. So right now for October, in Canada, the inflation rate is 4.7%, and in Ontario it's 4.9%. So we're proposing to absorb that increase as well in our 2022 budget. But we're anticipating that in 2023, there'll continue to be inflationary pressures, and we're anticipating that our budget will be coming in alignment with what we're projecting for inflation in 2023. Next slide, please. So at our budget kickoff meeting, we were asked to provide some information regarding our assessment mix between residential and non-residential. So we've been able to pull this together in terms of our 2020 assessment in comparison to the other York Region municipalities. And you can see here that we're near the top half of the residential, non-residential mix with the York Region municipalities. So a balanced assessment base is important for financial sustainability for a municipality. So right now we're, as you can see, we're kind of in the middle of the pack, closer to the top, but it's still a healthy mix right now. So next slide, please. So I think you've seen this before. This is our comparison of our relative taxes within York Region municipalities for a two-story detached home. And once again, we are the lowest in York Region by about 14%, or about $600 per dwelling. And we're about 26% lower than the average. Next slide, please. So what happens when you add water to the mix, which between water and taxes are probably the two biggest things that a taxpayer will pay in terms of municipal costs. So when you add that, we're still lowest within York Region by about 5% and 9% to the average in York Region. And this demonstrates that we are able to provide high quality services to our residents at an affordable rate to our taxpayers. Next slide, please. So as we developed the 2022 budget, we focused on these objectives. And these are fairly similar to what has been used in the past and kind of endorsed by council as well. So the first one, as I was referring to before, about maintaining a tax levy that is in line with inflation. So this year, we have proposed that that there be no tax increase on our base program and services in response to helping out those who are having financial difficulties due to the pandemic. We've also looked at trying to service our growth-related pressures. So, for example, in our roads operations, as our road network expands, there's due to increased population and increased road network, we are looking to cover those costs from growth. We're also looking at our multi-year funding plan, so to help increase our service levels in areas, in particular our community safety, and adding new facilities to our service level. We're also leveraging our modernization program to focus on achieving efficiencies and effectiveness in our operations. And we're also looking at ways to help out to fund our asset management plans. As we get more assets, we're going to have to eventually replace those assets, which means we need a funding plan in place to make sure we have the funds available to replace them when they become due. And finally, making sure that we have a provision in place for cost of living for our staff. Next slide, please. So as we've, as Mr. Webster went over before, and you've seen before, this is kind of the layout that we're proposing for the next few days. Today and Wednesday, we'll be going through all the budget proposals, and we'll be seeing a couple of presentations on Wednesday from our committees and the library as well. And if needed, we have December 7th to continue on with our deliberations, and hopefully we'll be in a position to approve, to table the budget for approval on December 14th. And the water and wastewater program will be coming forward on January 18th of next year. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the total budget that's being proposed for 2022, $65 million. 21 million of it is for capital and 42 for operating. And I guess before I pass it on to Ms. Adema to go through the operating side, I can pause for any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marshall, questions? I'm not seeing any. We'll move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Next slide, please. So our total proposed operating budget for 2022 is $42.3 million. Tax supported section of this is $28.2 million, increasing from last year by about $1.8 million in total expenditures, or 7%. Out of that 1.8 million in increased expenditures, 300,000 has been dedicated to the cost of the election that will be funded from reserve that has an annual contribution. An additional 200,000 or 0.7% is related to an allowance for one-time COVID expenditures that will also be funded from the reserve account that is holding our unspent federal and provincial funding. The water wastewater number of 9.3 million is carried over from the 2021 budget, as that one won't come forward until January 2022. Next slide, please. Some of the key pressures for the 2022 tax supported budget is 0.7 million in salary and benefit cost adjustments, as well as our COLA allowance for 2022. And that has been set at 1.85%. Salary and benefits is approximately 2/3 of the town's tax supported expenditures. Included within the 2022 budget is a provision for the emergency services collective agreement increase of 1.85%. as well as I mentioned, the cost of living increase for all other staff of 1.85%. Growth-related pressures are also included of approximately $200,000 that relate to increased public works and waste collection contract price increases. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Marshall indicated, we're proposing a 0% tax levy increase on the base programs and services. The budget includes the increased cost of running the Operations Center for a full year, which has been offset by the previously carved out funding from the reserve. It also includes the cost of election, which has been funded from that reserve as well. Programs and existing service levels have been maintained or improved, and new growth has been accounted for with minimized cost increases. This has been made possible by the continued focus on modernizing and transforming our processes to increase the efficiency of the delivery. During the budget process, we do look ahead to the future costs of the town. Our outlook for 2023, as mentioned, currently shows we should be able to align our base program and services with the increase with inflation. With that, I can take any questions before I pass it over to Kirsten Dax, our Manager of Development Finance.
Thank you very much. Questions of Ms. Adema? I'm not seeing any at this time, but I'm sure some will come along as we move a little further forward. Thank you.
And the next slide, please. The proposed 2022 capital budget is $21.8 million. Nearly half of that is attributable to one major project, construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza. The 10-year capital plan spans to 2031 and is presented at $209.4 million, an average of $21 million per year, $67 million of which is for the Health and Active Living Plaza. The majority of the capital projects are growth-related and proposed to be funded using development charges and reserves. Next slide, please. Viewing the proposed capital plan by department, we can see that Community, Parks, Recreation, and Culture is forecast to spend the largest percentage of capital dollars at approximately 57% over the next 10 years. This is due to the department's responsibility to oversee construction of the proposed Health and Active Living Plaza. The next slide, please. The main project for 2022, the Health and Active Living Plaza, at a cost of $67 million, has been spread over 4 years in the capital budget. Smoothing the costs from 2022 to 2025 better aligns with the anticipated expenditures. This project uses a mixture of funding sources, including development charge reserves for roads, parks, library, and indoor recreation. More detail will be shared during the capital project discussion. And next slide, please. Other notable capital projects in the 2022 budget are noted on this slide. These larger cost projects consist of road and concrete rehabilitation at $1.2 million, rehabilitation of the East Town Line Bridge, of which $1.7 million will be reimbursed from the town of Uxbridge, and the revitalization of the downtown cores of Mount Albert and Holland Landing. Next slide, please. The open capital project list contains capital projects which are currently underway in 2021. Currently, the remaining approved budget for projects in progress totals $9.7 million. Some projects are expected to continue into 2022 as they're multi-year projects, such as road rehabilitation work, the revitalization of downtown Mount Albert, and the detailed design for the sports complex. It is anticipated that $1.1 million of the approved 2021 open capital budget will be returned to the original funding sources at the end of 2021. I'll take any questions now before I pass it on to the treasurer again.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time? I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can move to the next slide, please. Thanks. So for the past few years, The multi-year funding plan has been creating room in our tax-supported budget to support some service level increases, specifically in our community safety area and operating new facilities. So we've been dedicating tax increases that go towards these initiatives. So for community safety, through the multi-year funding plan, we've been able to add 18 suppression firefighters, and we've also added one safety inspector. And in this budget, we're converting the assistant deputy chief position to a full-time FTE. So in the current 2022 budget, it's important to note that we have not included any additional contributions to the multi-year funding plan for either community safety or operating new facilities. If it was desired to add 2 additional firefighters to the complement to make 20 suppression firefighters, we would need approximately a 1.1% increase to our tax levy to support those 2 staff members. I also thought it was important to remind committee that the town has joined with the town of Georgina and submitted a request for grant funding to review fire operations in both municipalities. And if successful, if we are able to get that grant funding, the results of that review would be available in Q3 2022. Next slide, please. So the other part of the multi-year funding plan is to ensure that we have funding available to operate our new facilities when they come online. So there's no need for a significant tax hike when they actually are operational. So to date, we've been able to carve out $869,000 through the multi-year funding plan, and $200,000 has been allocated towards the having the operations center in service, which leaves $669,000 available for our next major project, which is the Health and Active Living Plaza. And it's important to note, as I mentioned before, we have not included any allocation to increase that contribution in the 2022 budget submission. Next slide, please. So to look at what we may need to have in place to have enough funding to operate the facility once it's in service, which we're projecting would be most likely 2025. We're projecting about $1.6 million of operating costs would be incurred by opening the facility. That is net of any revenues that would be generated from things like the aquatics facility. So with the available $669,000 that we've carved out currently, we would need $931,000 to close that gap, which is about 0.8% tax levy increase per year. It's closer to 0.85 per year from 2022 to 2025 to close that gap. Next slide, please. So at the budget kickoff in October, we had tabled 2 items for council consideration that are currently not included in our budget submission. So the first one refers back to the previous slide on providing for the operations of the Health and Active Living Plaza. So that starts the 4-year carving out of tax levy of about $233,000 a year, or 0.8%. And the other initiative was identified in our roads operations area about responding to the growth pressures in both our roads operations and our parks development, our parks operations area. So to get a staff member on board that would help out with both roads and parks, and in response to our growth pressure. So this would be funded by, we propose by a 1% tax increase. That would be used to help fund that. And we would also find some reductions in part-time salaries to offset some of the costs with the new staff person. So that would balance off the funding that is required for these two initiatives. So just for a frame of reference, 1% increase to the average home in EG that's assessed at $647,000 is less than $20 per unit. So, and if we were to do this, this would have to be included in the budget. So it would have to be as specific as to add this to the budget. Next slide, please. So this is a slide showing where the tax supported dollars are going, and basically close to 85% of the tax dollar is going to front or public facing services. 15% is going towards our support areas and back office areas. Next slide, please. And finally, we like to end with this slide. In terms of a tax levy increase, 1% would generate $269,000. And you can see the rest of the numbers here. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Marshall? Councillor Roy DiClemente and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two questions, somewhat related. One is the discussion of the multi-year funding plan. So emergency services and operations of the new facilities. You said we didn't add any new funding, but are we already carrying some? Have we already carved out a little bit? We're just not adding to it further? Is that? I just wanted a little bit of clarification there, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. For example, in the for the new facilities, we've carved out that $869,000. So we're not adding any more to that in this budget submission, but we have carved out enough.
So to clarify, then we've carved out 869,000, but we're not making it 900,000 with this budget. We're not adding to it at all. Right. So we basically just stopped the special levy with this budget. Okay. So my second question through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall, it relates to that proposed increase to support the new Health and Active Living Plaza and the operating costs for it. Part of the rationale for having waited as long as we have in order to deliver such a facility was that we needed our population to be at a certain level, 40,000 people, in order to be able to sustain operating such a facility, that we needed the tax base in order to do so. We've continued to pound the drum that growth pays for growth, and that rationale follows through. So why, if I may, why would we need to raise taxes further in order to support this facility when we should be able to take our assessment growth and apply it towards this new facility if we were waiting to reach a population of 40,000 people?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think we need to talk about, there's 2 points that have to be made here, I think. One is in terms of funding the operations of the facility. And the second is making sure that there's enough volume for it to be sustainable. So in terms of the funding side, right now our base, we have a base that funds our current services. When new population comes in, they it adds to the amount of services that we have to provide at the same service level. So that new assessment comes in and that pays for the new costs that we incur. So for example, waste management, if we have, right now we're collecting a certain amount of waste once a week. And when new population comes in, our costs go up because of that new population. And that assessment that we get pays for that increased cost. So if we decided to now collect twice a week, that's a different service level. So that's not included in our base. So we would have to increase our tax to increase that service level. So that is essentially what we're doing with the Health and Active Living Plaza. We don't have a pool right now. So that to add a pool is a new service level. So in order to, and that's not included in our tax base, nor will it be included when new people come in and pay based on the existing service level. So we have to increase our taxes to pay for that increased service level. So the second part to that is the 40,000. And I believe that the 40,000 referred to what population would be required to make the facility sustainable, so that it wouldn't be vacant or be running under capacity. So we needed at least a base of 40,000 people to make sure that that facility was viable. So I don't know if that helps with that, with your question, but
It sort of does. Unfortunately, it kind of runs contrary to what the messaging that we've been putting out, at least since I've been sitting on council, which was that growth pays for growth and that we had to wait for 40,000 people in order to be able to build this facility and support it. And that doesn't seem to be the case at this point. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was wondering when I was going to bring this forward. This is as good a time as any with the information that Mr. Marshall just gave us regarding the emergency services staffing. I would like to suggest that we make sure that that conversation comes up sometime in this deliberations. If we wait and do it with emergency services, that's fine. But I think we need to have a good conversation about our staffing level and just, you know, putting that back on the table. I think it's time we had a good conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, have you made a note of that? Or Mr. Webster, at the appropriate time, we could bring that forward?
I talked to the chief this morning.
Very good. Good, thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I've heard you correctly. 1% increase to the average taxpayer is $20 per home. And I'm also hearing that inflation is currently running at almost 5%. So my question is it financially responsible for us to be asking for a 0% increase on our base programs and services with inflation running so high? You know, I appreciate hardship during COVID for many of our families, but 1% is $20. So I don't think we can be pretending that we're helping anyone's hardship with just $20. I just want to make sure that we are being responsible, knowing what inflation is doing right now, that we will make sure that we have enough money to fund the things that our taxpayers want from us.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that like for our 2022 budget, we've been able to cover the impact of inflation right now in our budget. I would suggest that going forward, that it wouldn't be a wise thing to do to continue to come out with zeros, especially with the 5%. But I think we've been able to cover it for 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So with that, the next part of our discussions will be a review of our modernization program. It's a significant initiative that helps us with our efficiencies and effectiveness of our operations. And Deputy CAO Valchich is here to do a presentation on the modernization.
Good morning, Mr. Velshis. You're muted at this point. There we go.
I was muted. So thank you, Mr. Marshall, and Madam Mayor, through you, very excited actually to be able to provide a bit of an update on where we are in our modernization journey and some of the significant impacts that we're already realizing to date, and there's much more to come. Next slide, please. So if you think back to 2015, we issued 180 building permits in 2015, and we had a tenfold increase in 2016. We went to 1,800. For a couple of years, we were really in a spin cycle as we started this immense growth. And in 2018, at that point, the housing market took a bit of a pause in terms of growth, and we took that opportunity to retool, if you will, and really look at how do we drive innovation, which is really solve some of the operational challenges and problems that we have, improve services because we've got all this new growth and new residents coming in with new expectations, and at the same time recognizing that we had limited resources to work with, and Mr. Marshall and his team have reminded all of us and the public that we continue to be the lowest cost of living municipality. How do we do that? We can only do that if we continue to drive efficiency and reduce costs. So these were the challenges that we faced. And in 2018, we undertook to develop a systemic program to do that year in, year out. And that was called the Municipal Peak Performance Program. Next slide, please. So building a culture of innovation, it really starts with the commitment-based culture statement that we developed back in 2019, which really focused on ensuring customer experiences were outstanding, that we were promoting creativity and innovation from all facets of our organization, that we were continuing to work smart and partner and collaborate, not only internally, but externally, and that as we go through this journey, that we had a commitment to learning because we learn from our ongoing expenses. And in fact, sometimes when you're creative and innovative, things don't always work perfectly the first time. And so we need to accept that, understand that, learn from that, and just continue to strive for this mode of continuous improvement. And that's really what we're doing. Next slide, please. So what's really critical to this is, and I had a chat with a counselor recently that said, we want to make sure we're not just using new technology and modernizing because it's a buzzword and because it's, because it's trendy to do so. And quite frankly, I couldn't agree more. We are putting residents and businesses first as we look at how to improve and enhance and deliver services. So if we are not optimizing service delivery and minimizing cost, then we're not interested. That's got nothing to do with modernization. Modernization is about making sure that the people that depend on us are getting what they need at the very best value for money. Next slide, please. It's important to remind ourselves that the modernization program does align and support the objectives laid out in the STRAT plan. The STRAT plan is very clear about developing this culture of municipal excellence, and this certainly is a big part of allowing us to do that. Next slide, please. So in 2018, when we developed the Peak Performance Program, we also, pursued a very, what I think was a creative engagement of our staff team through the creation of our Business Solutions Advisory Team. Some refer to it as almost like an innovation lab. But what was really incredibly timely was about a year later, the province started to invest fairly heavily in modernization programs around the province. And so we were really well positioned to take advantage of that. In 2020, our program actually was nationally recognized by the Institute of Public Administrators of Canada. And you'd be interested to note that recently we were asked to speak at the Ontario Municipal Administrators Fall Symposium about our program, because it's gotten quite a bit of recognition in terms of the low cost for our program and the large benefits that we're seeing. Next slide, please. So we're seeing results. This program has to be rationalized and driven by actual results. We've introduced 2 new websites, our council live streaming and electronic council meetings. The meeting that we're having today, 3 years ago, we couldn't have done this. We had a meeting, a staff meeting on last Thursday with our extended management team, and we had the majority of our attendees for that meeting were in person. We had some attending remotely, some from a distance away, and we actually conducted a meeting that, quite frankly, 2 years ago couldn't have taken place. So we've transformed, and we are continuing to transform the way we do business. And the meeting that we had last Thursday, interestingly, was a bit of a simulation of what we're planning as an operating model for council meetings as we move into 2022, as we start to see ourselves back in the council chamber, but with the ability to have these meetings that have both in-person and virtual attendance. And our move to virtual operations is more than just people being able to work at various facilities, people being able to have a tablet in their hand as opposed to a pen and paper when they're out in the field. And it's got to do with real flexibility and being able to be nimble as an organization. We've just finished a wonderful capital build, our new operations center. It's number 4 there. We did a lot of work on the IT setup. What's really interesting is a major focus in that operations center is our new EOC and training center. And before we started this modernization journey, we used to struggle a little bit with what was our primary EOC and what was our secondary EOC. So if you had some sort of municipal emergency and it affected your primary location, where you go to convene your emergency operations center plans and meetings and operations. The interesting thing is, now in 2021, we have infinite backup EOCs. They're called virtual. They're wherever you are. Wherever you are, if our primary physical facility is not available, we have a contingency plan. So the amount of business continuity planning and progress that we've made through this modernization program is incredible. And I also want to speak to a really important comment that was made earlier about environment. So in addition to the fact that when you introduce this new way of looking at things and transforming the way you do business, your reliance on capital facilities goes down dramatically, because now you can make much better use of space. So we have approximately $4.5 million, for example, sitting in administrative facilities reserve in our community capital contribution fund. That was intended to put, reasonably short-term additional facilities in place because we were starting to bust at the seams. Interestingly, now you can take a portion of that money and invest it in a new operating model and perhaps have millions and millions of dollars in savings in capital costs that are no longer required. And not to mention the operating costs, which are right on the backs of our taxpayer, which are now eliminated because of the ability to use what you have more efficiently and more effectively. So from a dollars and cents point of view, modernization simply makes sense. It's more affordable, but also environmentally, we're seeing less carbon footprint. We're seeing less commuting. We're seeing sort of less driving. We're seeing less emissions through the maintenance and operations of our facilities. So there's a significant sort of green aspect to this, which is not just the money green, but the environmental green that we're seeing through transforming the way we look and do business. And so we're seeing lots of results. Next slide, please. I said earlier on, we were very fortunate because regardless of the fact that this would be an initiative that's worth investing in, and I consider this an investment as opposed to cost, investing in, but we were very lucky that the province essentially came in and helped us front end, if you will, our investment in the modernization program. And so we've had this ability to kickstart modernization initiatives. This will go on for a number of years as long as we're continuing to see payback. It'll be my advice that you continue the program. And so you can see the amount of provincial money has really assisted us in terms of being able to move forward without that investment coming from our tax reserves. I also want to point out from a benefit point of view, and I said earlier, you shouldn't do this unless you're seeing real benefits. We're starting to see on some of our major projects a payback of within, say, 2 to 2.5 years. So all of the costs, we've got certain projects like our electronic content management project. This is a project that's going to be $400,000 or $500,000 in its first major phase. We're seeing by the end of year 2 that in fact the savings have caught up and you're into perpetual savings beyond that. We're projecting saving between 1 and 3 FTE of staff annually just due to productivity gains. We recently did a survey. We've converted there's about 800,000 documents that we're bringing over into a new application through that process. We're about 60% of the way through. We did an outreach about 2 weeks ago to those staff that have been involved to date. We had about 50% respond, and we're finding the majority are seeing savings of already between 30 and 60 minutes a week, just in terms of their ability to find documents, retrieve documents, and importantly, collaborate in a whole different way. We are communicating very differently than we did 3 years ago. One other example I'd like to provide is just on something as simple as invoice processing. In invoice processing 3 years ago, we would get a paper invoice in. We would have that invoice circulate through our building or through our facilities. And now we've got the ability to have that document digitized. And sometimes if the person's available, that document's actually processed in a matter of minutes and back and out of the hands of processing. So the incredible difference in the way we do business, it's really nice to see. And a lot of this, quite frankly, stimulated because out of necessity through COVID. So COVID, although it's been very challenging in many, many ways, has also, that in combination with this upfront provincial money and our ability to already have a program and a framework, has enabled us to really transform very quickly and get on an incredibly positive path. And what I think is important as well, next slide, please, is before I get to resourcing, one of the things that came out of the survey results 2 weeks ago that we did on our one project on ECM is that not only are our staff seeing benefits to date, we asked the question, do you see additional opportunities now that we have this framework in place? And over half of the respondents said they absolutely see more opportunities to do more with what we have moving forward. So the benefits continue to grow. Resourcing is really important. We've had a very lean information management resourcing model for many years. And you can see on this sort of clover leaf, and we've used this as our sort of visual for talking about how we resource creatively. We have 3. Now, one of those, our GIS coordinator, has actually left to take another position in another organization. So we actually have 2 as we sit this morning. But what we've done, I think, well. It won't last indefinitely without increasing that full-time complement. But what we've done well so far is we've relied on a balance between core, I call them generalist IT resources, and then contract resources that provide specialty services that are really important to us, and maybe we don't want to necessarily go out and recruit full time, at least not at this point. And I would liken this one, Madam Mayor, to um, you wouldn't go to your GP to arrange for heart surgery. And so no different than we're not going to rely on sort of a small nucleus of our general IT staff that keep our day-to-day operations going for things like specialty project management leadership or system security, advanced system security, and some of the implementation of new specialized software as we work with our users. So this represents the operating model that we're using right now for resourcing, and important to see. If you look at even the average amongst the N6, you see an average of 13, and we're far below that even with our contracts in place. And so I do see this needing to be bolstered over time. But for 2022, I think this model continues to be a very responsible and efficient way for us to continue to move forward. Next slide, please. So two of the key contracted services that as through this process we will need council approval for, just because for as a technicality with our procurement bylaw. The Director of Information Management, Diverse Systems Group, that's Scott McNeil. That budget is approximately 185, which is equivalent to a director level budget inclusive of benefits. It's actually funded as a budgeted FTE in our salary and benefit line. So that's where that comes from. And then we also are going to continue to need the services of ACT Incorporated, which is Ann Taylor, approximately $150,000 funded from the Modernization program capital budget, which you'll see in the capital program. And that position is leading our electronic content management implementation. I said we're about 60% of the way through. We see ourselves completing the data migration portion probably around June. And then there'll be a records management piece for 2 to 3 months subsequent. And at that point, we'll do an assessment of where we're at and what opportunities we have to build on that foundation. This is the project that I was indicating, the application specialist position here, that's helping us to realize those savings of approximately 1 to 3 FTE per year by the time that project's complete. So we're getting incredible value. And I also want to point out, from a procurement point of view, we had our procurement manager just market test the rates that we're getting, because that's very important that we make sure that we're compliant with our procurement bylaw. I'm very pleased to report that there's a provincial contract that's let that we piggyback on for these types of services. It's fully compliant with our purchasing bylaw. And pleased to note that in both these cases, the budgets that we're establishing here are actually less than what we would pay if we went through that procurement process and piggyback the provincial contract. So not only are we getting top-notch people in that are familiar with our system and getting results, but we're getting it actually at great value as well. Next slide, please. So there's more coming in 2022. I won't go through this list in detail. I've mentioned the ECM, continuing to work on online payments for residents. A big part of this is not only the way we collaborate and do business internally and administratively, but it's about increasing that ability for self-serve options for our residents and our businesses, because they need to be able to do things in a manner that offers service options for them. And so that's a big part of this program. The customer relationship management is bolded there because it's probably the next largest undertaking that we have in our horizon for 2022. Back in about 2015, we undertook a very modest introduction into using an application for customer relationship management. And for those that maybe find that a bit jargony, really what that is an information system that allows us to take inquiries, log those inquiries, hand off at that point electronically work orders to operational areas that maybe need to address a pothole or fix a light standard or follow up on a bylaw complaint, address an emergency services issue. So that CRM allows us to manage that workflow right through to completion, where we can ensure that the person inquiring, often it's a resident, that we have an ability to close the loop with that resident on the service ticket and ensure that we're meeting their needs. One thing that is kind of one of these things that I would say is future looking is once that is in place and is working well, we envision a day and age where, in fact, a resident doesn't even necessarily have to call us, but could go into our CRM directly, enter a service ticket. There would be an assigned tracking number, no different than if you're sending a parcel through, Canada Post or Purolator, et cetera, and could actually see the progress of that light standard and see when it's scheduled to be completed and could follow. So we'd love to get to the point that this has more open access. But we're taking the crawl, walk, run approach, and so we do look forward to the day when we're running on these sorts of initiatives. But lots of potential. Next slide, please. So the budget that you have in your binders is $730,000 in the capital portion of the program. There's about $532,000 from the IT reserve and about just under $200,000 from the provincial modernization money. We have looked at this since the budget binder was issued, just to fine tune a little bit. We're always looking to see where we can sort of tighten things up a little bit. And I do want to let you know when we get to that capital program, we're going to be recommending that we reduce slightly the draw on the IT reserve down to 462. We think we can move one of them over to take advantage of some additional COVID provincial money. And we think the town Wi-Fi study, although very important, probably is better suited to be moved out to 2023, and that's a $40,000 project. We think probably best to delay slightly and to undertake in 23. So you're going to see something that's slightly more modest than is presented in your binder. I also want to point out, just very quickly, Madam Mayor, that although there's significant investment here, I've talked a few examples about the payback we're getting. So I'm very confident that you're getting payback multiple times this investment over the course of 2+ years. And I also want to mention that these projects, although I'm presenting them and there tends to be this IT reserve focus, which makes it look like this is all about IT and technology. In fact, the majority of our modernization, we are providing support and tools, but working with operating department leads that are responsible for program and service delivery. And then we're there to help coordinate their modernization initiatives across the organization to make sure that they're integrated with other initiatives and not conflicting. And we're also providing project management and technical support. But the modernization program is really one that is being mobilized throughout our organization. This is not on the backs of 2 or 3 people. This is many of our folks throughout our organization that are leading various initiatives, and we're trying to help provide overall coordination and support as best we can. Next slide, please. So the next steps, Madam Mayor, when we get to it, is just to have the consideration of our capital and operating budget in order to continue what I believe is really great value for money initiatives that we're undertaking through this program. So I hope that helps a little bit that when we get to that piece, because you've heard the word modernization many times, Ms. Adema mentioned it as a key kind of strategic objective of ours. And because there's activities happening throughout the organization, we thought it was really important just to provide you with a bit of a comprehensive look at what we're doing, and more importantly, why we're doing it and the benefits that we're seeing as a result of this very important investment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valchik. You're calling it a modernization journey, and the information you provided for us this morning certainly shows that it's been quite a journey along the way. So thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. Questions from members of council? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Valchik. Great presentation. I really got excited. I consider myself a bit of a tech advocate, so I love what I'm hearing. This, having sat on an executive team in my former life where we oversaw modernization of a policy admin system we had, I knew there were great benefits to it. It freed up, some resources, both physical and people. And yes, the front end cost looked daunting, but the payback is there. And the thing that for me is that this really speaks to our culture of continuous improvement, which I think is important for us to embrace. But improving the CRM also, I think, aids us in our journey in the customer service culture that we're trying to build here. And I think you really hit a couple of good check boxes there. The one thing that I hope, going through this pandemic and the fact that we've been virtual, the one thing I hope we can carry over is that perhaps in the future when we're dealing with council, we can, and I'll just plant the seed now, we can retain virtual deputations. Because I think if we can improve the accessibility to our residents that want to speak to council, whether they want to come in person to the chamber or electronically, I think that would be great to remove those barriers for them to have their say and give us their opinion. But great job. I look forward to this, and thanks for all the hard work you guys do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too support and understand where we're going with respect to trying to transform our organization, and I've often spoken about how we need to be nimble, and these sorts of projects will help us get nimble or be more nimble. What I'm hoping to get for, and I don't see it here, and I'm hoping we can get a better understanding of this. So slide 8 shows that we've received $1.7 million in grant funding. I don't have a good understanding of what we've spent so far. I understand that we are now proposing to spend $670,000 in 2022. What's the long-term investment in this? Yes, it's a journey. Yes, it's a multi-year project. It's many multi-year projects. But I want to have a better understanding of how much we're paying for this, what it costs to transform the organization, and how we're funding it. So I see some of it, but I don't have the full picture, and I would appreciate having the full picture, please and thank you.
Mr. Valchik.
Madam Mayor, with the exception of about $200,000 that was funded from IT Reserve, the full picture is the province has front-ended this for us. And so if you remember going back in 2019, there was $725,000 in provincial funding. That was the very first piece. That's about almost half of kind of what we've expended to date. And we haven't fully expended that. Some of that's ongoing. Our ECM is still going there. But for example, our 2 websites were funded out of that provincial money. Our a lot of our equipment that we've used, a lot of the capital, we've had major investment in a whole new way of resourcing the capital IT needs of this organization. So, for example, as we move to more mobile and nimble, as you refer to it, Councillor, which I agree is 100% required, we're changing the way we use technology. We're not investing in desktop and static technology. We're investing in mobile technology, laptops, tablets, mobile devices. And so a lot of that money that we've received from the province has helped us to purchase new equipment that's allowed us to transform to virtual. And so you're going to see a fairly significant investment in a whole new type of technology that we're using. And we're going to see the benefits of that moving forward. And we've also used that money to purchase the specialized help that we've needed through our database analysis services and in specific, our SharePoint project management services. So the DBA, for example, that we've had probably about 2 years at about 150 a year, so that's 300 right away. One might say that's a lot of money to invest in database analysis services. But I can tell you just one of the projects alone that DBA undertook with our building department, it was about an 8 to 9 month project, resulted in our CBO being able to save the equivalent of 1 FTE of staff time in managing, maintaining, and generating management reports. So what we're seeing is, and what we're trying to continue to do, is make sure that any of this money that we're spending, that I consider an investment, that we're getting what we think is a very significant return on that investment. So if we're not getting a return on that investment, then we won't be expending the money.
Thank you for that, Mr. Valchich, but I'm not sure that you answered my question. How much have we spent? How much more are we going to spend? The slide 8 says that there's $300,000 from a modernization intake number 3 that's pending approval. So when I go through our open capital projects for 2021, there's a slew of projects that are carry forward that we're going to continue to work on. Then we've got another $670,000 that you're proposing that we spend in this year. How is that funded? And what are you suggesting is going to cost us later on? So what's the 2023 cost? I don't have a good handle on what we've spent so far, what and how it's funded. It's not, I'm not questioning that we should undertake the journey. I just want to have an understanding so that when someone asks me, how much does it cost? Or how much have you spent on these initiatives? I need to be able to answer that, and I can't right now.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd have to go back and check with finance to see what the exact accounting is for how much we've expended to date. I can assure you that we've expended well over $1 million at this point to date, and that has come almost exclusively from provincial grants. So what we can say to our residents is, so far on this modernization journey, we've invested $1 million plus, and virtually 100% of that has come from provincial grants in terms of this program that I'm referring to. Moving forward, I think your question is a really good one. How much more do you do? And really, the answer to that question lies in, it depends how many years we continue to see high value, high return projects that we can invest in. I don't see the investment in technology and the investment in service level improvements and process improvements ever going away. It won't necessarily be at the same level every year, but as we know, the organization is continuing to across the globe. Businesses are being run differently, and the information age is exploding. I think, Councillor Rady Clemente, you being sort of one that's very attuned to sort of modern day sort of means of communicating through technology, the amount of information and means and modes that we communicate with each other is just changing rapidly. And our ability to synthesize that, make that easily accessible to our staff, making it easily and accessible to our residents, help it to inform management of operations, help us to inform advice that we provide to council. I think as we go forward, you're going to see, at least for the next couple of years, pretty significant investment in modernization with big payback. Beyond that, we're going to have to assess that situation as we go. I would think annually, we're going to have to take a really good look at where we're at and what opportunities are ahead of us. So unfortunately, I can't give you an answer as to it's going to last for 3 years and it'll be $350,000, because we have through our service delivery review exercise that Mr. McNeil led for us, we identified over 300 opportunities for improvement. We've started to chip away at that list of 300, but there's still many opportunities for us to make both small, medium, and large scale improvements to the way we do business. And so, how long is that going to take? It's going to be years. I can't tell you it'll be 2. I can't tell you it'll be 3. What I can tell you is that each year as we go, I think it's important that we report back to council on the progress that we're making. And as a council, you can assess whether you believe that you're continuing to get value from the investment that we're recommending that you make.
Madam Mayor, I don't want to prolong this any further. I guess my final comment will be simply this. For 2022, it is proposed that we spend $670,000 on this modernization project. That's the equivalent of a 2.5% tax increase on our tax levy. Up until now, we've benefited from grant money from other levels of government, and I suggest that that may not be a sustained source of revenue for these projects and for this journey. And therefore, we need to be mindful of where these projects are being funded from and what the impact on our tax levy would be in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall has his hand up. I suspect he might have some further information for us.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. In terms of costs spent to date, we can pull a chart together for you to summarize the major capital projects that make up the modernization program and bring that forward to our next session as supplemental information.
Thank you. I think that'll be very helpful. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think this is a really good example of how upfront costs can really lead to that perpetual state savings, as you've said. And with operating costs being on the backs of our taxpayers, I think it's really good that we're looking for ways that we can upfront costs that will lead to those long-term savings for our taxpayers. I think it's that long-term thinking that's put us in the financial position that we're in, where we have the lowest relative tax rate in the region. And I think we need to be looking for other ways where that applies. So more of a comment than a question. The question would be, how do we apply that sort of thinking to other areas of the budget? But I'm fine for that to be answered as we move along through the morning. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Velchek, did you have any comment to Councillor Crothers, or we'll just leave it at that and we'll wait as we move along through the budget to see what other areas we're going to address?
Madam Mayor, we can leave it at that. I just want to sort of close by just reminding council, this is a net benefit investment. This is not a net cost. I think Councillor Brady Clemente is bang on and saying, let's be careful where we're funding this and what we're investing. I would suggest to you, if you can invest $1 and save 2, it might be rather foolhardy, to save the 1, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments regarding this presentation at this time? I'm not seeing any. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have 2 resolutions to receive the first presentation as well as a modernization presentation. Should council wish to combine the 2 and receive both presentations?
Thank you. Read my mind. Thank you very much. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, and we will move the first one, 2020-22 proposed budget plan, budget deliberation, and the modernization journey presentation. Moved by Councillor Persicini, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now we had Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, you asked me to remind you of time, and it could be, if we check with the Treasurer Marshall, an appropriate time to take a 10-minute break, but I will defer to Mr. Marshall as before we maybe start into our departmental reviews.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. This would be a good time to start with a break. Then we can start into our department reviews.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. My clock at this time is saying 10:20. So if we can be back by 10:30, and then we'll move ahead with the department reviews until the noon hour. We'll work towards 12 o'clock at that point. So with that, we will take a quick break. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes.
for a second.
Thank you.
And we're live.
Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Busy morning already. I'm really pleased to take a look at our department reviews. I know that most of council have certain areas that they are interested in for sure. And so we'll start with item number 3, the department reviews, with the anticipation whether we've completed that or not, that we'll take a break at 12 o'clock for about an hour. Maybe a little bit before 12 or after. We'll try and find a natural area to have a break. So with that, we'll move it back over to staff again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll start off with the departmental reviews, and first is the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services area, and General Manager Molinari will step us through his operating and capital programs. For those following along with the budget binder, it's on page 57. If you're following on the website or with the agenda, that's page 53. And if you've received an electronic version of the budget, it's also page 53. So with that, I'll turn it over to General Manager Molinari.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Warren, and through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to present this year's Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services budget. I'll be referring to some page numbers as we move along, and those will be the page numbers in the budget binder and on the website for reference. So moving along, departmental overview. So CIS is responsible for a number of items, specifically maintaining the town's road, water, sewer, and fleet infrastructure, completing master plans such as the water wastewater master plan, the transportation master plan, stormwater master plans, also developing and implementing the town's road, water, and sewer capital program. Department manages the engineering component of development approvals and performs site inspections from earthworks all the way up to assumption. We also administer the curbside waste collection contract and associated environmental programs associated with that, such as the green bin and the blue box, and also other environmental items such as the textile and battery recycling, etc. Departmentally, we're supported by 35 full-time positions, plus 10 crossing guards, and approximately 10 part-time seasonal positions. We're split into 2 functional areas, engineering and public works, and on the operations side, we're led by a director of operations, includes road operations, including all of the work on the roads, winter maintenance, making sure our potholes and roads are in good and safe condition. Our water and wastewater area, which does a great job of testing our water and making sure our water system is safe. Waste management collection, weekly collection of all of our organics and recycling and residual waste. Fleet, we have to manage all of the town vehicles and equipment, and all that happens in the operations area. On the engineering side, also led by a director of engineering, is our fill operations. There are now 2 commercial fill operations in town. And also not just those, but really having a look and making sure that we're proactively monitoring the town for illegal fill operations and working with the community as best we can to address issues with regards to those fairly significant operations. Also capital program and traffic engineering. So all of our road, bridge, replacement strategies and putting programs in place to make sure that we're replacing things at the right time with the right repairs. Development engineering, which oversees the engineering component of all of the development that is in town. So whether it be site plans, the subdivisions, etc. So those are the key functions of the CS department. Next slide, please. Also, a number of key priorities and objectives for CIS for 2022. There's a long list. I won't go through all of them, but I will highlight a few that of the more major ones. The first one I'd like to highlight is under quality programs and services, working with the region on the development of the Water Reclamation Center. This one is obviously has huge implications for the town and really is the linchpin to be able to support the next significant wave of growth. So we are working very closely with the region on that item, almost on a daily basis. Next, under responsible growth and environmental protection, implementing the multi-year fleet replacement strategy. Although we've had a fleet policy for some time to make sure that we're replacing fleet at the appropriate time and to optimize their service life, we'd like to update that strategy to incorporate some more green fleet. And although we've already started doing some of that with some hybrids, we're getting to a point now where there's an opportunity to, and even as part of this budget, to start looking at some electric pickup trucks for some of our areas. So that's pretty exciting, and we'll see if we can make that happen. Approval and implement the multi-year LED streetlight conversion strategy. We've been working on this one for some time, and really done some great work with finance on an implementation strategy and a funding model. There's a lot of money associated with this one, and it's if we manage it properly and with the proper funding model and with the work that we've done with our consultant to review different strategies for this, we're well positioned to come to council in 2022 with that strategy, which will be a multi-year implementation program just to convert the remaining light system to LED for obvious cost-effective benefits and improved lighting for our residents. Also review and advance the servicing strategies to support the town's employment lands. So, you know, we've got the 404 employment lands in the Green Lane Business Park, and as we start to run a little low on allocation, we're trying to maximize the amount of allocation that's remaining and work with those areas such that we give them the amount of servicing that they require, and leave as much so that we can have other employment uses come in the future as well. Next slide, please. Under building complete communities, we want to update the transportation and water wastewater master plans and use these as inputs for the DC bylaw. So we've been working on the transportation and water wastewater master plans. We just got them approved through council for the updates to those particular plans to conform with the recent changes in our planning, and really it's about making sure that the network for each of those major systems is optimized, and that we have the projects identified so that we can recover them and have enough money to build them through our DC bylaw. And all that work is happening. We anticipate that being completed in 2022. Next, developing a comprehensive work plan, including public consultation for upgrades to Yonge Street and Holland Landing. Lots of work's been going on this. We've had PICs in 2021, and we want to keep moving that project forward. There's a new capital project in 2022, which will move that forward, and we look forward to refining those concepts into detailed design and starting to actually see some projects constructed out on Yonge Street. The next one in a similar vein is proceeding with the Center Street revitalization. The RFP for that particular project closes this week, and we're really excited to be able to bring that back to council early in the new year with that award, and get moving with some concept plans and take that out to the community as well. So those are the highlights of the key priorities and objectives, and happy to take any questions on those. Hearing none, if we can move
I'll
to...
just ask again,
Oh, okay.
Mr. Molinari, just to be sure. Are there any questions, Mr. Molinari? Not yet. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So these are the departmental metrics, and just wanted to provide a general overview as we work through. So the total work orders tracked, top left corner, we can see over time With growth, there are more work orders occurring, and part of this is a function of what Mr. Balchich was speaking about, is modernization. And as we go and more of our programs are actually put into our citywide system, we're going to see this to continue to grow in the future. And that's a tool that has really helped us to organize our area and keep track of the many items that we manage on a daily basis. Top right corner, winter operation events. This is really weather dependent, but we can see that in most years, we're between 50 to 60 events per year. And just for council's information, roughly each event costs about $35,000 in order to run. So as a rule of thumb. The bottom left corner, total locate requests. The locate requests are really a measure of the amount of construction activity that you have in the town. And you can see from 2019 to 2021, there's really been a steady, sharp increase in that. And a lot of that is primarily due to the work that's happening with the Bell Fiber installation. There's been a lot of work in town in order to bring that out to existing residents and in development areas. So a lot of work for locates in those areas. Hand in hand with locates are road occupancy permits, and you can see that from 2019 to 2020, it looks like there was a sharp drop, but really that is due to the fact that we entered into an agreement with Bell in order to improve the efficiency and reduce administration for their program. So, if we would have been issuing an ROP for each one of the items that came in through Bell, that would also have a very steep graph pointing in the other direction. So the two don't look like they go well together, but in fact, there's that explanation really provides the basis for why our ROPs look like they're down when in fact there's a ton of activity happening out in the street. Next slide, please. Waste management, top left corner, as you would expect, we would expect that waste to increase with growth, and that's clearly what's happening. Top right, waste collection cost per household. Since 2018, we can see that our cost per household has been increasing. If council would recall, back in late 2018 is when our new contract started up, our new long-term contract, and as part of that contract, there was about a 20% increase in the rates that the town was paying, and also as part of that contract, there's CPI per year. So those increases have been incorporated into the overall program and take us from where we were about $80 per household to about $110 per household for waste collection, which on average actually isn't a bad price when you consider that that's providing weekly waste collection to every curbside house in the town. Bottom left corner, we have the total roads and sidewalk kilometers. Again, with growth, we see a steady increase, slow but steady increase in our road and sidewalk network. With 2021, we've got about 459 lane kilometers of roads and about 110 kilometers of sidewalk. Bottom right corner, maintenance cost per household. This cost really fluctuates and over time, and really that has to do with the amount of winter events that we have per year, and also the recoveries. We recover funds in unassumed subdivisions from developers, and as those developments get assumed, then they go onto the tax base. So there's these pluses and minuses in terms of weather and recovery that are impacting our road costs on an annual basis. Next slide, please. Top right corner, we have commercial fill volume placed. We can see that in 2020 there was a sharp decline in the amount of fill volume, and that really has to do with COVID and having construction sites closed down. 2021, a lot of those sites reopened, and we can see that we're returning to normal levels. In 2022, we would expect that this number will actually increase because we have the Overholt pit, which will come into place, which will also add to the total volume of fill that's placed in the town. In terms of spill sites investigated, top right corner, due to the reduction in construction, there was actually also a reduction in the number of fill sites that we had to go out and investigate last year, which is a good thing. Bottom left, we have our engineering submissions, and we can see that over time there's been a slow but steady decrease in the number of submissions that are coming into the town. But when you look at the active sites on the bottom right corner, we can see that as it takes about 5 to 10 years for a subdivision to go from design to assumption, there's a lot of backlog and residual areas that continue to cause work for our staff. So even though it looks like the number of submissions is somewhat declining, there's still a ton of work that's out in the field, just dealing with all those subdivisions that were approved, up to 10 years ago. And our staff are busy making sure that all those areas are, and that we're looking at the designs, and we're also managing them in the field to make sure that they're being built properly, and that we're dealing with resident issues, et cetera, as they come up. Next slide, please. Our budget summary. Oh, actually, are there any questions on our metrics?
Councillor Roy, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari. The waste management, the residential waste management, I see that, we've seen an increase, obviously, with growth, we've seen an increase. I'm wondering if we have a sense of what that looks like on a household basis. So are the initiatives for waste diversion and the textile recycling and those sorts of initiatives that we're undertaking, are they having an effect? I know that COVID, there was a spike in people, staying home and clearing out closets because they had nothing better to do. But I'm just wondering, what kind of, if we have a sense of whether our initiatives are being successful as far as addressing waste and the volume of waste produced in our community.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think this is one of those items that you always strive for perfection, but you never get there. And it's really about the region and the town getting out to residents. We always have new residents coming in, talking to them about the green bin program, trying to get people to put the right thing in the right container, and offering opportunities such as battery recycling and textiles so that they can put the things in the right place and have opportunities, instead of just throwing in the garbage, to put in a place where it could potentially have a second life or be used for something else in the future. And really, I think it's like I said, it's one of those things that we just have to keep on top of and try our best to do. And I think, yes, are they successful? I would say yes, they are. But it is a never-ending project.
Agreed. I'm just wondering if we have any metrics based on that. So on a tonnage per household, if we were to take the amount that's being produced, yes, it's going up, but that's because we have more households. But if we actually were to amortize it, we might see that in 2017, each household was generating an average of, I don't know how much waste, and then in 2021, while we have more waste to collect because there are more driveways, we're actually collecting less per capita than we were before. And that's the metric I'm looking for. Obviously, we're not going to get it today, but if there's a way to report that out at some point, I'd appreciate seeing that. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we actually have the region compiles a lot of that data and compares us with the other municipalities, and looks at those very things that you're talking about. So if you'd like, I can provide that to you, or have a discussion with you, or maybe this year when that report comes in, we can provide a memo to council with that kind of outlines some of those items.
I think that would be helpful when that report comes, if we had some discussion on it, just to some awareness from as a community as far as how much we want to push. And how much more we need to do to get the word out with the, push the app further or something to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. I'm going to suggest that we receive, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe there are still a number of items under CIES. General Manager Molinari, is that the intent to further outline the budget summary?
Through you, Madam Mayor, whatever council wishes, but I certainly do still have our operating budget to go through, and then we have our development and fee supported operating budget to go through. So whatever council's pleasure is.
I believe we'll wait until you're completely finished, and then we will move or second the report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're on page 59, which is our budget summary of our 22 budget. And we'll get into this in just a minute, but council will see that our budget very closely resembles our 2021 approved budget, with only a couple of minor tweaks. So the budget generally is about 6.8 million. 20, which represents about 24% of the town's total operating expenditures. The increases in 2022 of the budget are about 198,000 or 3%, and those are due to step increases in benefits, an increase to our public works due to growth such as purchasing materials, winter sand, catch basin cleaning, line painting, etc. We have our contractual increase for waste, which is about 63,000. And finally, we have our corporate reallocation, which is about 12,000. And I can show you that on the next slide, which outlines those particular items. So as just previously mentioned, our public works area has increased by 78,000. We have our waste collection 63,000, and our indirect corporate costs around 11,000, which represents the changes from last year. All other items on our budget have been held to 2021 values, and we've really taken a minimalist approach towards this year's operating budget. Are there any questions on the operating?
Questions for Mr. Molinari? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay, next slide, please. Just to reference our expenditures by branch. So operations obviously is our largest expenditure area, representing about almost 60%, followed by waste management, and then followed by our strategy and admin, capital programs, and fleet. In terms of revenues, we do collect some revenue from our blue box, from the blue box rebate, about $80,000 a year. And on the operations side, we do collect funds for our road occupancy permits, our municipal consents, and also for recoveries from on some of our boundary road maintenance agreements with Uxbridge and Bradford. And that completes the CIS component of the operating, and I can move into the development and fee supported at this time, or Madam Mayor, if you'd like to receive the CIS component, we're happy to do that too.
We'll receive the CIS component. Are there any questions before I call the vote? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, so moving along, we're at the development and fee supported budget, which is page 84 in the budget binder. Okay, so CIS has responsibility for two areas in this overall in the development fee supported budget, and those two areas are development engineering and fill operations, which I have previously discussed. But on the development engineering side, We manage the engineering component of development, such as the site plans of subdivisions, provide design approvals for earthworks to assumption. On the fill operations, we process site alteration permits, provide oversight for the site alterations out in the field, and monitor the town proactively for illegal activity. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, just bear with us for one moment, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on,
So that'd be page 86.
okay, this is it? Is that it? Okay.
Actually, I'm not seeing it on my screen.
Apologies for
Oh.
that interruption. Mike, are you able to see the screen?
Yep, there we go. Great, thank you. So really, again, as for our development and fee supported budget, we've really kept our numbers almost identical to previous years. So there are some minor changes to salaries and benefits. There's an adjustment on contingency, which relates to COLA for 2022. There are some adjustments to the indirect corporate costs and also to draw from reserves, which if there are questions related to that, I would refer those to Treasurer Marshall. But all the other line items in terms of managing both the development, engineering, and fill operations have been kept to 2021 levels. And happy to answer any questions that there may be on the fee supported.
Thank you very much. Questions on fees supported?
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just the way that the contingency is showing in the budget, it seems to be different than some of the other tax supported budgets. I'm just wondering, I don't see contingency in some of the other operating areas, and I'm just wondering if this is unusual just because it's fee supported, or what the circumstances is here.
Yeah, I'll through Madam Mayor, I'll refer that to Ms. Adema.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Roy DeClemente. It is because it's the development and fee supported area. So we have to calculate it by branch because of the way those salaries are. For tax supported COLA contingency, it's held corporately under corporate wide.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So next slide, please. So again, this is a breakdown of the expenditures by branch and revenues by branch, and we can see that for the CIS component, including fill and development engineering, they're very minor components on the expenditure side, representing about 17% combined, and really is just a measure of staff mileage, consultants, etc. for both of those areas. On the revenues by branch, development engineering obtains its revenues through development fees, and that it represents about $230,000 roughly. On the fill operations side, those revenues come in the form of tipping fees, site alteration permit fees, etc. And that's how that's made up. And happy to answer any questions on the operating budget for development and fee supported.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Molinari? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm not sure if council wishes to receive the development and fee supported component before we move on to capital.
I think we should. Not seeing any questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move ahead.
Okay, so moving along to open capital projects, I'm on page 302 of the budget binder.
Council can just give me a signal that they're on the right page now, then we can start.
Just to clarify, is this page 3 of 3 of addendum number 1? I don't have the.
It's page 302 of the budget binder. And Madam Clerk, can you help me with what that would translate to in other documents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe Ms. Adima has identified that addendum 1 is page 1 of 3 in addendum 1.
And the CIES items start on page 3.
Ms. Adima, are you able to further clarify that? That's correct.
Members of council, if you could just let me know that you are on the right page and then we'll move forward. I'm seeing some thumbs up, but not all of them yet. Are there any? Everyone have it now? Is there anyone that's still searching? It appears that all of council are on the right page.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So moving along, I just wanted to say, in our open capital, staff have really worked hard over the last couple of years in order to really get this list down to a very manageable number. And very pleased to report that this year, with 28 open capital projects for a large operating department, we're very happy that we've been able to get it down to that level. And if I can just kind of break it down a little further, almost half of those 28, 13 projects we expect to close by the end of 2021. 5 of them are multi-year projects, and the remaining 10, we expect to close those in 2022. So we've really done staff have done a really nice job of addressing this and trying to get projects off the books and completed. I would like to highlight just a couple of projects in here, and then if council has any questions on any of them, I'd be happy to take those. The first one I'd like to highlight is project 17048, which is Queensville sidewalks. This project runs from the north side, about 200 meters west of Yonge Street North to Yonge Street South. Project is about 60% complete. We're looking to hold a PIC in Q1 of next year to finalize the design and then issue that construction contract. The second one I'd like to highlight is Highway 48. I know council's been looking forward to this one for a long time. We have had some very good discussions with MTO this year. We've actually provided them with 3 different options. They just have to pick one and we'll be happy to implement it. So we're expecting that to be done or to receive an answer back on that very shortly. We have a budget sheet in 2022 and fingers crossed we'll be able to go forward with that project very shortly. The last one I'd like to highlight is in our fleet area. We have a number of fleet purchases, and oftentimes the fleet purchases have a significant amount of lead time. And although some of these are carry forward, all the work's been done in 2021, but it takes time for us to actually receive those units, which sometimes is in the following year. And obviously we won't pay until the units are received. So that's a high level summary, Madam Mayor, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of the open capital at this time.
Thank you. Council questions for open capital. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Highway 48 sidewalk, you're holding funds in there, given that you've got three options with the MTO. Do you have sufficient funds in the budget in order to be able to implement any one of the options, or any of the three options that the MTO selects?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we've had cost estimates prepared for all three. They're all in the same general ballpark, but our 2022 budget for construction will be able to handle any of those, unless of course we have some new addition that comes in that's going to require more. But we're pretty confident that we've been conservative in that estimate, and that we'll be able to provide it for the amount that's been noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of comments. The Highway 48 sidewalk, I think we were working on that before I was even on council, so I'm glad we're going to be landing this plane. That's I know the residents will appreciate it. Just the other question I have, and I know Mr. Molinari, we've chatted about this on and off over the years, the Valley Mills retaining wall. What's the ETA on that, do you think?
Through you, Madam Mayor, really, we struggled with wanting to put that into next year's program, but it really comes down to horsepower. We've got, with the workload that we have in hand, we want to be mindful that we're not, getting projects approved and leaving them on the carry forward list for a year, and when not having enough resource to be able to accommodate them. So we've got a lot on our capital group is a very lean group. And they've got their project list full for this year. What we want to do in 2022 is go forward to council with some options for that area. And there still needs to be, we've done a fair bit of work in 2021 to get some of the base work for that. And the idea is to come to council in 2022 with a couple of options of, whether we're going to continue to have a trail on that slope, or we close the trail down that area, so there are some questions that we need to come to council with, get an idea of what those costs are, and then we'll finalize that overall concept in 2022, and then look to 2023 for some implementation of those works. So that's the game plan for that at this point in time, Councillor Crone.
I appreciate that. I really want to emphasize that we need to have a path charted forward on this. We can't, the residents, we just can't leave them, with these question marks over their heads. We really need to have a clear idea of where we're going with this. So I hope we can get that next year, so that we can at least give the neighborhood some sense of what's going to happen. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Molinari, is there an opportunity to meet with the residents and at least have them know that we've heard them? I continue to have calls, as well as I'm sure Councillor Crone and Councillor Morton, and I certainly understand, the cost is very large for this project. However, the residents still are not satisfied, obviously, because it's not finished. But even if we could meet with them, or draft a letter or some kind of a correspondence to them that gives them the feeling that they're not forgotten. I think, and sometimes when they don't hear, they just feel that it's not going to go forward. And I think this is a good opportunity. If it is going to be in our next budget, then I think they need to know that we haven't forgotten them.
Madam Mayor, absolutely, we can do that, and we'll figure out something with corporate communications, or whether a letter or what that looks like, and we will endeavor to get that report to council, and figure out what that strategy is to deal with that area in early 2022.
Thank you. My feeling is that most of the residents have been long-term residents. There aren't any that have moved in and found the problem that hasn't been solved. And so I think they would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yep.
Was Councillor Roy DeClemente question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I guess for me, I'm concerned about the optics about closing the project. Councillor Crone, this has been worked on even longer than the Highway 48 sidewalk. So this one's an even older one, and I hesitate to approve closing it when Mr. Molinari says that there is still work to be done during 2022 that could be charged back to the project if staff are capital work staff are going to be working on a report and doing some further investigation and some scoping. Then I think it behooves us to leave the project open and try at least to move the yardstick a little bit, even if we're just nudging it with our toe. I think we owe that to the residents here, and to be as transparent as possible, and not dash their hopes by closing a capital project and tell them that we don't have a plan to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Molinari?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. That's not a problem. We can keep that open, and if there are some funds that we need to deal with, one of the things on that project is the constructability that makes it somewhat challenging, and we have had some good. We've reached out to a couple of senior contractors to get bounce some ideas off them as to, if you had to come in and do this, how would you do it? And we've got some really some great feedback in that regard, and all of that's kind of what's going into our report back on how to do this. And absolutely, if we keep that open, that gives us some additional options to be able to access some of those resources as well. So thanks for that suggestion.
Thank you. And one never knows. Sometimes we get nice project applications for things that we didn't know that they were out there. And if there's an opportunity, there's a grant that comes up that it fits the boxes, then this might be one that we would be able to move ahead a little bit on. So that would be great. Thank you.
Great.
Any other questions of Mr. Molinari? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So moving along, we're at capital now for CIS, which is on page 90 of the budget binder. Madam Clerk, I have page 90, which is the summary. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to organize this a little bit, we have 19 proposed capital projects for 2022. Of those, 6 of them are fairly routine. They're the resurfacing program, sign retroreflectivity, some fleet replacements, and miscellaneous concrete program. So those are the annual ones that we provide every year. We have some 5 that are new, but they're items that have been previously discussed with council and is familiar with, such as the Highway 48 sidewalk, moving forward with the Center Street revitalization, the Yonge Street revitalization, securing funds for both of those projects to keep them moving forward as multi-year projects. Also our asset management program, and also the East Town Line Bridge design and reconstruction. In addition to those, we have another 8 projects which are our new projects that I was proposing to highlight. And then if council has any questions on any of our capital, be happy to answer it at that time. So the first project I was hoping to highlight with council is on page 251. It is our new streetlight construction project number CI 22001. Great. So this particular project is an extension of our existing pilot project that we're looking to complete in 2022. Really just gets LED lighting on the 9th concession between King Street and Vivian Creek Road, and allows us to assess the effectiveness of the LED lights that we will be proposing to retrofit on our town network. Cost of this project is $46,000. The next project I was hoping to highlight is on page 254. It's the Employment Land Servicing Strategies, CI 22002. This project is really to provide funding for the town to be able to, as we spoke about, be able to manage the remaining capacity in our sanitary sewer system, and to be able to maximize that for the for future development. So as we start to get to the end of our capacity, it's very important that we do as much as we can to maximize what's available and left. And actually, with regards to Harry Walker, we found that there's a bit of a hiccup with regards to flows in that pipe, and these funds would be available to help us to troubleshoot and make sure that the full extent of the Harry Walker servicing is available for development in that area. And for that, we're looking for $120,000 for consultant and contract work as required. The next item I wish to highlight is is on page 261. It is project CI 22004, the new drone and GPS mapping unit replacement. So this particular project is $25,000. Staff have an existing what we call our Trimble unit, which we use to collect elevations and be able to figure out volumes, etc. But having that capability in a drone where you can just send the drone off, take a picture, and automatically collect that data saves so much time, and also allows us to better manage some of these illegal fill sites where we would otherwise have difficulty even getting onto the property. So, you know, this tool, although somewhat expensive, really gives us the ability to take our inspection to another level and provide the information and management oversight for these two for this area, and also any other area where we may want to benefit from having a drone take a picture and let us know what's going on in that particular area. The next item I wish to update council on is on page 265. It's with respect to project number CI 22005, bridges 108 and 110, design updates. Really, these two designs were completed in 2008 and 2015 to provide designs for some bridge replacements, one on Doane Road east of Kennedy and one on Queensville east of 48. The designs are a little old, and to be shovel ready, we would like to have those designs updated so that if some grant opportunities come along, our projects are ready to go in concert with those opportunities. So that's the reason for bringing this one forward. The next project to highlight is on page 280. It is Queensville Side Road and Center Street intersection design, and that's project CI 22009. This has been an interesting project in terms of being able to assess what we want to do in this location. Normally, when you have a road project, you kind of say, I want to rebuild from this spot to this spot, and you're able to get a costing for that. In this particular case, because there's such a sag at that intersection, we don't really know what the limits are going to be. And we went out initially to try and get a design for this, and the consultants were really struggling in order to give us a proposal back on it. So the approach we'd like to take on this one is to go out for a preliminary design. We've changed the scope, go for a preliminary design to figure out what those limits are and what's the best way to deal with this intersection and improvement. So that's what this project is for. And if approved, we're looking forward to moving forward with it. The next project I wish to highlight was our Winter Operations Modernization Program, which is project CI 22001, and it's found on page 284 in the budget binder. This is actually a really great initiative, which speaks to some of the work that Deputy Valchich spoke of earlier. Right now, staff do a great job of going out and doing our winter maintenance, but to be able to have that on a dashboard where we can see at any given time what roads have been cleared, which roads have not, if half the road was cleared and not the other side, where are our plows, for safety reasons, if a plow is broken down or has had issues, we can tell right away where that plow is, and look at our operation unfolding to see if there's ways to improve or become more efficient. So for I believe it's $82,000. This project we're really looking forward to this one, to be able to take our operation to the next level. The next project I wish to highlight is our large volume snowblower, CI 22012, which is on page 286. Yep, this is just an attachment that we were proposing to add on to one of our tractors. And with some of our new laneways where we don't have a lot of snow storage, in areas in downtown where there isn't place, where we've got sidewalks right adjacent to the road, there isn't a lot of place for snow, and along bridges. So what the idea is that we would be able to kind of push some of this snow into the roadway and pick it up with the blower and remove it in a very efficient manner, for not an excessive amount of money for a piece of equipment that will help us be able to manage some of this new infrastructure that we have. The next project I'd like to highlight is CI 22015, which is our fill program administrative support vehicle, which is on page 295 of our budget binder. So this is a new vehicle for use for our fill inspector. Now that we have 2 fill sites, we've reached a point where we are able to support a vehicle for that program, and having that vehicle with the town logo on it, going out to sites where there may be some illegal fill activity happening, it provides a bit of presence and really helps staff when they go to that site, so that the residents know that it's the town that's coming, and provides a little bit of assistance with that regard. So we'd like, if we can, we'd like this to be an EV, an electric vehicle, and add that to our fleet for this very important program. So Madam Mayor, those are the capital projects that are new, that council hadn't had previous background on, but I'm happy to answer any question on any of our capital program as council sees fit.
Some very projects that we have coming forward with those capital projects. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just looking at the capital project CI 20-040, the Highway 48 sidewalk. So we have $201,000 that was previously approved. I believe it was in 2019. And now we're looking for an additional $460,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Because it just, I'm kind of trying to understand why that wasn't anticipated when we approved the 2019 project. That normally when there's a multi-year project or it's going to be expensive, we spread it out over a number of years, and this seems to be coming out of left field a little bit. So I'm just trying to understand what the process is here. Have we just ground truthed it further? Is there a further rationale for the additional funding?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it really comes down to discussions with the MTO. So, initially this was thought, just what's the cost of normal sidewalk and inputting that into the length. And in this particular case, we have a lot of other items that are coming into play. There's likely a need, depending on which option selected, for some minor retaining walls. There may be a need for some guide rail. Some curbing along Highway 48. So a lot of these are items that were not originally expected as we started into this program, but through discussions with MTO are things that will be required to facilitate that sidewalk.
I'm just concerned because this is a big project and it's tripled in cost.
Well, I can tell you that, the initial cost estimates that we put in place are not based on design. They're based on what we would typically expect. And sometimes when we go through the design process, there are changes that have to come in to reflect that. And we try not to be too bullish when we put the initial estimates together. We try to be, what would we typically expect? And sometimes there are projects that come in that have that require more significant attention and more infrastructure than what we originally envisioned, and we didn't really know that at the time until we had those discussions with the MTO. But I think we're confident that the estimate that we have in place now will be sufficient to cover off the works that are necessary to deliver that project.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I had another question with respect to the two capital projects for the fill and site alteration area. Those two projects will bring the draws from reserve will bring the reserve down into a negative position to $140,000 in a deficit. Is there a plan to replenish that reserve? I realize that it's fee supported, and so it depends on tipping fees to be able to sustain it. We do have obviously ongoing staffing costs in that area, but I'm just when you draw a reserve down into a negative position, I just have to give pause. Not that I don't support the projects, but I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of what's happening in the reserve, that the funding source doesn't appear to be there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will refer part of this to Treasurer Marshall if necessary. But I know that we anticipate that with the addition of the overhaul pit, we will be doubling our revenues in this particular area. So we don't necessarily have to buy the truck on January 1. We can hold off on some of that until we start to get some of those funds coming in and ensure that overhaul actually starts delivering on the money. Once that operation starts, it is something that we'll be continuing on for several years. But they're almost at the point of being able to open the gates on that particular project. So we're confident that will happen in 2022. And Treasurer Marshall, if you have anything else to add on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that was pretty good. I think we budgeted conservatively on this, and with anticipation that we would be receiving further revenues. So we've just been conservative.
Thank you. As I said, the reserve only has $17,000 in it right now. So, maybe we can put a little star beside that one. I don't know if there's a condition of purchase that we would be putting in so that the reserve hit a certain level before we actually expended the money, but just wanted to alert us to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments regarding the last presentation? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, Mr. Molinari.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. That actually concludes our capital component of the overview. There is the multi-year summary if council wishes to view that as well. That is on page 311 of the budget binder.
There we have it in front of us as well. Go ahead, Mr. Molinari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, I think this just is being provided for council's information, just to show that we do have a plan for our 10-year forecast, and we do as best as we can to kind of highlight what those costs are, and try to balance them out in such a way that it makes sense going forward. So happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Questions from council? I'm not seeing any at this time, but they may get back to you a little later.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. And that concludes the CIS component of the operating and capital budget for 2022.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from Mr. Molinari at this time on the completion? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Normally we go through every capital project and we discuss each one, or at least we pause with each one. I did want to speak a little bit to the roads rehabilitation program. Over the past few years, staff have usually done a pretty good job of, I call it spreading the love amongst the different communities. And this year it didn't seem to be as equitable as it has in the past. And so I just wanted to just comment on that and ask if Mr. Molinari had any suggestions on how we might see a bit more work done in Queensville or Sharon with respect to the roads rehabilitation program.
Through you, Madam Mayor, part of the road rehabilitation program is doing the roads based on our pavement management program of doing them when it's most optimal to do them, and sometimes that may look like we're loving one area more than another, but in fact there's so much new development happening in Sharon that as a whole, most of the road network in Sharon is actually in pretty good shape right now. And fairly new. So there are some areas where our modeling is saying that we need to concentrate that, and we do try to have a look. And if we look on page 270 of the budget binder, there's a map that kind of shows where the different rehab items projects are occurring. And we have tried to spread those out in all the various communities around the town.
I'm sorry, what number is the actual project? Because I did have some notes on my budget binder about it.
Okay, that's project CI 22006.
I found it. Thank you. So at this point, we have 1,300 meters in Holland Landing. We have 5,500 meters, almost 5,600 meters in the rural and Mount Albert area, and we have 265 in Sharon and nothing in Queensville.
Yes, and I would suspect, through you, Madam Mayor, that over time there may be some years where it may be lean in one area, and the next year there will be a significant amount happening in some of those other areas. It really comes down to following that program and maintaining our road network with the right treatment at the right time, and that's how we maximize our system and minimize our costs.
Thank you for this. I just needed to highlight this because this was an exceptional year. It doesn't normally look this inequitable as far as our different communities, and I just wanted to make sure that we were aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. At this time, could I have a go ahead, Captain?
Through you,
And-
Madam Mayor. In the past, what council has done is adopt a series of the conversations that we had in relation to each area in principle. We have prepared a similar proposed resolution for council's consideration should you wish to perhaps entertain it or review that. That's been done in the past, so I can essentially pull it up onto the screen and have you guys debate it. One moment, please. All right, so bear with me.
Can everyone see that on your screen? Can everyone read it, or would you like me to read it out?
I can read it.
Okay. Are there any questions on this? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persigini and Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Molinari. I'm sure we will still be having discussions regarding a number of items, but we thank you very much for the time that has been put in by yourself and others with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Marshall.
Madam Mayor, next on our agenda would be Community Parks, Recreation and Culture with General Manager Karmazin. I'm noticing that we're at 11:45. I don't know if we'd get through all of CPRC at this by noon. So we could either try as far as we can get, or we could break now. It's
I think that's a good assumption that we wouldn't get through it before 12 o'clock for sure. What's the pleasure of members of council? I'm open for either move along now for another 15 or 20 minutes and then take a break, or we could break now and come back. And I would suggest that we would be Mr. I'm just trying to think. Would is half an hour enough? I think it is. I'm seeing that. So what's your pleasure, members of council?
Push on. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. First one off the gate. That's perfect. Away we'll go, and we'll go till 12 o'clock. My clock is not quite quarter to the hour, so we'll go and then come back after our lunchtime. Okay, thank you. Mr. Karmazin, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, members of council, it's my pleasure to present the Community Parks, Rec and Culture 2022 budget. The department continues to provide high quality parks, recreation and cultural opportunities and experiences for our residents and businesses. The core business functions of the department are facility design, construction, maintenance and operations, new park development, park and trail open space design, construction, maintenance and operations, streetscape and public realm design and construction, and then as well our programming, special events, volunteerism, partnerships, community engagement, and facility permitting and the administration of facility permitting. The department is supported by 32 full-time positions and approximately 95 part-time, seasonal, and contracted positions. So we truly are built around the Shamrock model. As you can see, the oversight of the department is by two individuals, myself and Carla Serpa. Parks Development and Operations is overseen by Frank Mazzata, and his team. Recreation and Culture is through Rhonda Pogue and her team, and Municipal Facilities through Chris Catania and his team. Next slide, please. I'd like to highlight a few of the areas where we're going to be focusing into 2022. Obviously, COVID was a very big impact on our service delivery. So we're continuing to responsibly manage and respond to COVID. We're certainly not out of the pandemic yet, and we will be continuing to respond to COVID favorably. We did manage a net zero as far as any budget implications for the past year, and it's our intent to continue with that momentum and that trend moving forward. Obviously, the Health and Active Living Plaza, the largest capital project in the town's history, will be a key focus for staff. We hope to complete the design, pre-qualify our general contractors, and tender the project into early next year. We're also looking at completing the concept designs for the sports complex site, and that includes the additional acres to the north, which was provided with moving our operations over to Woodbine with the construction and the operations of our new operations center. I would like to point out that we did complete the operations center this year, and we're now on our site and operating. And then in addition to that, we're hoping to complete and open up a number of parks and trails next year. We're up to 14 different parks and trails that we've constructed, and we're looking to open hopefully with COVID restrictions being maintained and the ability to host in-person events. That will be a focus to celebrate some of the achievements over the past 2 years. Next slide, please. My apologies if there's any questions of council for the key priorities or objectives for this upcoming year.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next slide, please. So some of the department metrics, as you can see, over the last 4 years or this term of council, we've grown our parks inventory by well over 10 parks, and that takes our park count to just over 40 community parks, ranging in size from neighborhood parks to community parks. Obviously, with that is an increase in parkland acreage. So you can see when we started in 2018, 4 years later, we've grown our parks inventory by over 40 acres. Our active transportation and trails has also seen a very sharp increase with over 10 kilometers of trails being added on into our different communities. Next slide, please. Our facility square footage owned, operated, maintained, it has increased significantly over this past year, obviously with adding over 200,000 square feet of facility space with the operations center. The operations center certainly isn't 200,000 square feet, but we do take into consideration structures like the sand and salt dome, storage facilities, and those types of out facilities as well, the greenhouse. Capital projects, as you can see, there was a sharp increase in capital expenditures when we built the operations center in 2019 and 20, and that's slowly decreased into 21 with getting occupancy of the operation center and obviously finishing off that project. And in addition to that, we have had a number of different parks projects, namely the Queensville Park reconstruction in 19 and 20, as well as the Mount Albert Park reconstruction in those same years. You can see obviously a spike in our insured facility assets and their value. And again, that's with the addition of the Operations Center project, which is over a well over $20 million project. Next slide, please. As previously indicated, one of the hardest hit areas with COVID was our recreation stream of business. Obviously, you can see a sharp decrease with our registered programs over the course of the year. We did introduce a number of different ways to program, in particular virtual programming. This just takes into account the in-person programming. Obviously, the special events hosted, again, a sharp decrease in that area. However, we did try to find alternate ways and approaches to have event type of experiences for our residents. Moving forward to permitting hours and permitting transactions, obviously a decrease in 2020. With a little bit of a turn of the curve upwards in 2021. Happy to report we're seeing very robust numbers with our reopening plans and permitting numbers into 2022. For 2022. The total number of active net accounts we saw, and that's transactions through active net accounts. Obviously, we've seen a sharp decrease in the number of transactions between 19 in 2020, with a steady increase into 21 with some reopening plans and continued planned activities into 2022. Be happy to answer any questions related to the department metrics that council may have.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. So we'll move along. Perhaps people have some at another point, or we'll group their questions towards the end. Go ahead, please, Mr. Carmerson.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. As far as the budget summary, there's a few key pressures that I should note. The primary pressure is with a significant staff base. We do have some salary and benefit pressures that are in particular related to step increases and benefit cost adjustments. I should note a small increase for some equipment and vehicle maintenance. With increasing our operations, we do increase, the amount of vehicles and requirements in that area as well. And then under building maintenance, we did budget this year for the full operations for the operations center. We achieved substantial completion in approximately June, July. So we had budgeted the half year for that facility. This budget takes into account the full year for budgeting in that facility. I should also indicate there is some indirect costs noted in the budget, and I believe that is for additional funding if required, for additional COVID funding. For example, screeners at our front door, if that requirement is to continue, and then as well some enhanced cleaning and maintenance that would be required if the conditions of the pandemic were to continue into 2022. I'd also like to note that we are adjusting our aquatics operations to a different location from the Newmarket Inn, which had some challenges with results of COVID, to the main pool in Newmarket, which is just closer to EG in just off of south of Green Lane. And with those operations, we're also increasing our aquatics operations with a revenue offset in that area as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the budget summary.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Carmerson?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Just a question about, thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding the equipment and vehicle budget, the additional $15,000 for rental trucks to manage the parks operations program, is that the full cost, or is that in addition to rental funds that you're already expending? So this is a top up, or is this a $15,000 expenditure that you didn't have before?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do rent trucks seasonally. We do rent vehicles seasonally for our parks crews. It is a more cost-effective method to rent the trucks for a short duration. Our grass season is typically April through to August. This is in addition to those vehicles that we already do rent.
Okay, so how much are you already spending on rent? How much are we spending in total on renting vehicles each year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would refer that question through to finance to be able to drill down into the fleet vehicle rental line item. I believe it's approximately 45,000 off the top of my head, but I would ask that finance validate that. And that is for a number of vehicles. That's not only for one vehicle. I believe it's for 4 grass crews that we support over the course over the duration of the grass season.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes,
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's approximately 40,000 that's being spent currently.
So we're taking it 40 plus 15.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Well, maybe I can clarify. Sorry, that the 40,000 includes the 15,000 increase.
Total.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Thank you. Are there any other questions at all? Mr. Carmison, the rental of the facility on Main Street, is that for a 1-year period, or is it a longer term?
through you, Madam Mayor, that is budgeted for the 1-year period for 2022.
And are we anticipating a couple of years there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's our intent to provide an enhanced level of service because the facility is an improved facility over and above what we were renting previous. So the intent is to start preparing aquatics operations for a transition over to the Health and Active Living Plaza. And this facility would also allow us to start building a staff base of both guards and instructors, or the two core is the foundation of any aquatics operations. So that's the intent. If we were to achieve a complete construction and occupancy of a new facility in 2024, it would be our intent to then transition our aquatics operations to the Health and Active Living Plaza.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Mr. Carbison, do you have anything else for us this morning?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the operational budget. I can direct council to the development and fee supported if you'd like. It's on page 89 of the budget binder.
Thank you. We have a few minutes. We'll move along to that then. Thank you.
So the development and fee supported section, the Parks Development Branch looks after all new site plan developments, as well as plans of subdivision, including any of the park developments within those site plans and those park developments. The area is very lean and efficient. We have Mr. Frank Mazzata, who has oversight of that area, and we have one landscape architect that now does all our plans examination and follow-up work, in addition to some site work that is supported through our Parks Project Manager, Justin Tucker, when required. The area, the costs for the area are broken down on page 92. It's approximately a break even with expenditures at approximately 200,000, and then parks development fees, which are tracking over that at approximately 270,000 per year. And we have increased our parks development fee over the course of this past year, which will lead to increases in revenue over time. Be happy to answer any questions related to the development and fee supported budget as it would relate to the Parks Development branch.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, if it's council's wish, we can move through to the open capital. That's the next agenda item that I have here. And I think open capital is on page 1 of the, I'm sorry, my apologies, page 3 of the addendum. Through you, Madam Mayor, I will commend both parks and facility staff. A number of these capital projects will be cleared out at the end of this year or early into Q1 of 2022. As an example, in the parks area, our wayfinding signage, as you can see, the signs are installed within the community, and that is a project that will be closed out. The two projects, the streetscape at Judah Doan Road and Mount Albert, we're just simply waiting on some regional funding that will bring that project well under budget, and it will again be closed out this year. The same with Oriole Drive pedestrian bridge and trail. The project has been completed for some time. We're simply waiting on some regional transfer of dollars for grant funding, and then again that project will be closed out. I should note that the Colony Trail in Emily Park project is progressing quite well. We do have some excellent concept designs, and we are moving through the detailed design, and we had a very positive and public consultation and public outreach process related to that project. A number of these projects under our Parks branch will be closed out at the end of this year. And I'd like to thank the work of Frank Mazzotta and Justin Tucker for their efforts with this past year and the success of these projects. Under our facilities branch, again, we're seeing excellent progress with the Health and Active Living Plaza project and our architectural services and the design of that project. We're hoping to start transitioning that project through to construction into 2022, and we have some additional support material for council's consideration today. The Operations Center, the largest capital project in the town's history, we successfully completed that project this past year, and we will be again closing out that project at the end of this year. The project was delivered on time with a little bit of a revised schedule due to COVID and under the council approved budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have on any of the projects that are on the open capital list.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, we can now move to the proposed capital budget for 2022. And I believe that's on page 245 of your budget binder. So this first project is the extension of the radio line trail. The radio line trail connects the community of Sharon through to Green Lane, and then it will also connect to the Green Lane trailhead and parking lot for the Nokia Trail. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Questions for Mr. Karmazin? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Next slide, please. This next project is an extension of the Nokita Trailhead parking lot. We're proposing a on-street parking at the adjacent street at Chapman. Happy to answer any questions related to this project.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, then Councillor Foster. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think Councillor Foster was faster on the draw, and I'll let him go first since this is his area. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster. Go ahead, please.
Thank you to both. If this is going to be on-street parking, is this just on the road allowance that's there? How is there space there for on-street parking, or are we purchasing property?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is within the right of way, there is the ability to extend and have a on-street parking. It would be perpendicular to the roadway.
Okay, I was just wondering, I know that in that ditch, just that I'm familiar with the area, there is a flowing well in that ditch, and I'm not so sure how well that's going to work into your plans. But again, you know, myself and yourself and the CAO and the mayor, we've all talked about the 4.5 acres that are directly across the road from this. And I'm just having a hard time thinking that we would spend a couple of $100,000 or $180,000 for parking when we have 4.5 acres across the road. And it seems to me that the Conservation Authority and the region are willing to work with us on this project. So I'm just not sure where this one goes. I think it needs to be looked at again. I'm not so sure whether I have the backing of the mayor and the CAO on this one. You know, doing one versus the other, I guess, is the problem. Thank you.
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Several weeks ago, Madam Mayor, Councillor Foster contacted me, and I had an opportunity to walk the area, and I am very familiar. It's a high use, very popular trailhead, that's for sure, and the paving of it has really improved matters greatly. I think that staff could probably take a better and more holistic look at this area. I think we have a real asset in that 4 to 5 acres, and I believe Councillor Foster said, I think at one point even had the old fire hall on it at the site, and it's overgrown, but I believe it's in our ownership. The best land is land you already own, and I think the need is there for additional parking, but I tend to support when you start looking at dollars like this, could they be maximized or leveraged better if we were to take a harder look at the whole area, and in particular the 4 or 5 acres. So I would certainly support that review by town staff.
Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
And I do understand the challenges that that come along with this. Mr. Karmazin and I have spoken about it a couple of times, so I do fully understand the challenges that are there. Again, I would just like to see us take a little bit of a better look at this before we spend $180,000 across the road.
Councillor Foster and I walked that several months ago. Heavens, it might even be the better part of a year ago. And it seems to me that this is an opportunity that is knocking at our door. I agree with Councillor Foster and with our CAO in that is certainly something that should be looked at. I'm wondering if we can pause this project until there's an opportunity to have a fulsome look at that 4.5 acres. I know that a portion of it is wet. It has been dumped on. We know that there are things that have been left behind there. It's not a matter of just walking in and paving it over or putting gravel on that area. There are going to be some challenges with it, but I think that it's a good opportunity for us, having had the CAO from the Conservation Authority have a look at it and thought at least that there was merit for us to move forward with it. So I might suggest that we put this one just on the back burner for now and see if in fact we can do something with the property itself. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Crothers.
Again, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just hope that if we do have a better look at this, that we don't pause it too long, as I do understand the challenges of the parking on the side of the road at the hill on Mount Albert Road and Yonge Street, and it is of great concern to a lot of the people that live there and people that travel it. So I don't want to stretch this one out too long, but I certainly think we need to have a better look at it.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thanks. I agree with all the comments already made, especially I put up my hand because I wanted to say, let's not delay this too long. Residents need the parking there. I was wondering if we've done a needs assessment. How many more parking spots do we need? Because when I look at this, as Councillor Foster said, it's not a big piece of land, but if we only needed, half a dozen spots, then this certainly makes a lot of sense. If we need 20 more spots, then maybe we have to look across the road. But when looking across the road, safety always has to come first. I do worry about families with small children parking over there and trying to run across Yonge Street. So we've got traffic concerns up at the new bridge where people are trying to cross Yonge Street at Doan. We've just put in a crosswalk to help them get from the skate park across the street there. So when we're looking at amenities that have to cross a busy road like this, we have to be looking at what the crossing looks like. And I think that might be why staff were trying to keep it on the same side as the trailhead. So I appreciate that. And I hope that we can take a fulsome look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree that we need to be a little bit more strategic about this. This potentially has the ability to be a bit of a trailhead for the next leg of the Lake to Lake Trail, and whether the trail goes along the riverbed along and follows along Olive, or whether it's incorporated into the Yonge Street alignment. I think we need to be a little bit more strategic, and unfortunately I feel like this is a bit of a band-aid solution, and I want to make sure that this is the right decision. Even to Councillor Carruthers' point, the sidewalk that crosses the river on that side of the road is actually a little bit more narrow than our regular standard would be, and so even then, if there are people, if there is a stroller and a pedestrian, it's actually quite narrow. So I think it needs a bit more attention and a little bit more strategic thinking as far as what we want to see here in the long term. And that's I concur with taking a bit of a pause to make sure that we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Karmazin, it would seem that perhaps that one project could could pause and do more homework on that piece of property. I don't think that will be lost if it doesn't become a parking lot. It is one of our pieces of property. Perhaps it will at some point be available for something else. So I don't think that the time spent on this will be lost in any way. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Mr. Carmazin, do you have anything else at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further, unless there's any questions related to any of the other projects under parks.
Are there questions of other projects for under parks? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, the next set of projects are the facilities projects. I can note that these are all repair and replacement items, with the exception of the Health and Active Living Plaza. The Health and Active Living Plaza is obviously a new capital construction. We're proposing phasing of that construction. Obviously, that would represent the amount of construction that we would seek to complete within that capital year, but there would be subsequent capital years where there would be capital commitments which finance has identified. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the facilities repair and replacement capital, and with that, I would also refer to finance and CAO Webster related to the Health and Active Living Plaza project.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers and Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I had a question about the sports complex ice resurfacer replacement. Is that included in this? I just was flipping, trying to figure out that that's where we're at. But is that one of the pieces you're talking about, Mr. Carmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is that is noted under fleet, under facilities fleet.
Okay.
These are fixed facility requests, so building requests.
I will hold my comment then. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a couple of them. I apologize to take us back into parks. The new pickleball courts, was there a reason that we were putting them at the Ross family? Would we not look at a more central location, and why wouldn't we either incorporate them into a new park or wait for the Health and Active Living Plaza to incorporate them here? Or would we be also planning them at the Help as well?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can confirm, yeah, we are introducing pickleball into each of our communities, and we are starting in Mount Albert. This was identified as a high value activity adjacent to the Ross family, where we host a number of older adult activities. And so, yes, we will be introducing pickleball at the Health and Active Living Plaza. And then we are also looking at some opportunities that we may introduce into an existing park in the area of Holland Landing, community of Holland Landing as well.
So then further to that, would this not necessarily then be a multi-year project? So your first year is 167,000 for Mount Albert, and then your next year would be Holland Landing, and then your final year would be Queensville, and then you would be equitable as far as having pickleball in all of your, sort of the three striations of our municipality.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that could very well be possible.
Okay. I put that one forward as a suggestion. And then further, the wind screens for the tennis courts at Ridgeview and Queensville. Is this a necessary expenditure based on permit data and the club's usage of these? These are coming from the tennis club. I know that they're sort of center of operations is at Queensville, but I'm just wondering if it's warranted also at Ridgeview, because it's affecting our ability to permit out, or it's affecting gameplay there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this was a request through the club. We started with windscreens at Holland Landing when they had their base out of that facility, and we've sensed it now has become, in essence, a service level standard that we would like to implement at Ridgeview and Queensville as well, because we are seeing heavier permitted use at those facilities as well.
So we have permits for Ridgeview as well as Queensville.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do more so with Queensville, with the club moving more of their operations through to that facility. It's a larger facility with 3 courts at that location.
At Ridgeview?
No, that's Queensville.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. As I understand that Queensville is sort of where they're centering their operation, and the long-term plan is to have a clubhouse for them there. That's why I'm questioning the need for them at Ridgeview.
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, it was a request through the club, and we're trying to provide a consistent level of a consistent service level standard.
So would we then be incorporating them into other areas where we have tennis courts? So the Sharon Hills, and I believe there are some in Mount Albert as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, at this point, we're starting with these 2 facilities. If staff identifies the need and the requirement with additional facilities, we'll bring those forward to council.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want to go to project CP 22-013, the Temperance Hall and Temple Visitor Center servicing. Happy to see this on the docket. I did want to question, however, the draw from the Arts CCC of $57,750. Unless we're redesigning the poop emoji, I don't see how servicing the Temperance Hall is arts related. And so I would like to see if we could find an additional funding source. I know we've got a balance of over 7 million in the water and sanitary DC. And we also have 6.8 million in buildings asset renewal and replacement reserve. So I don't see why we would be pulling from the Arts CCC in order to service the Temperance Hall. I welcome some comments on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would refer that through to finance. They have they're the subject matter experts as far as our funding sources and what may be available.
Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can definitely look at another funding source for that and come back with a revised sheet for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and please correct me if I'm in the wrong spot here. I kind of wanted to go back or go ahead. I don't think I'm going ahead yet, but project number 22-007, the gateway features. Did I miss that one, or are we there yet?
We have not been there yet.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait. Thank you.
We can be there if at your request.
Well, sure, we can. I just wanted to ask for some clarification. We're talking about annual bedding plants to the tune of $3,000 and water $2,000 and maintenance of the floral display $6,000. Is that an $11,000 annual cost for a gateway sign?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that would represent I think that would represent all the maintenance features for a gateway entry feature, and that would be through our horticultural group and our parks operations group as well.
Thank you, and forgive me, I'm just not sure about this. Is that an industry standard that municipalities would break down their cost and it would end up at this kind of a total, Mr. Karmazin? I struggle with $11,000 for a sign on the highway, which I think needs to be there, but when you blink your eyes at the wrong time, you miss it. you know, at 120K, $11,000 annually, it seems like a lot of money to me. Again, I'm just looking for some clarification.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think we could probably revisit that and take a look at and provide a little bit of a better breakdown on what that entails.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just further to that gateway feature, that is from my perspective, it's an important feature for branding our community. We've seen them when they're poorly maintained. We've seen trees planted that are dead. We've seen graffiti. We've seen weeds. I think it's important that we make sure that we budget to maintain it and have it looking as spectacular as we think our community is. And that if that means that we have to budget from an operations perspective on an annual expenditure, I'm fine with that. At least we're being transparent about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on that? Seeing none, Mr. Karmazin, do you have anything else for us this morning?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have the fleet section as well. And I believe Councillor Crothers had a question related to the sports complex ice resurfacer, which is project 22031 listed on the capital request sheet.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, your question, please.
Thank you. Can you tell me how the new ice resurfacer is powered? And the reason for my question is I've noticed CBC has been covering how municipalities are now moving to electric ice resurfacers. And there was an article last week that had Ottawa and Mississauga and about a dozen other ones that have all moved to electric. And then actually just this morning, there's another article that talked about how Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo are all moving to electric as well. Considered that. I assume at this cost, it's probably one of the old fossil fuel powered ones, and wondering if we have considered electric. Like we said earlier, sometimes the upfront cost pays off long term with a lower maintenance cost.
Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. Electric ice resurfacers have come a long way and are now commonly used. And I can commit to, we can certainly provide an option with the tendering to tender for an electric option. Our current ice resurfacers run off of natural gas, which is much more efficient over and above propane. However, natural gas does have carbon emissions. So that is certainly something we can commit to into looking at specifying an option for an electric ice resurfacer.
Thank you. If we could also look at the long-term costs, because it's my understanding that the electrical ones, you don't need to be replacing spark plugs. Now I'm showing my ignorance. There's things that you don't need to be replacing with the electric ones. So I'm just wondering if the operating costs are indeed cheaper over the long haul. So it'd be good to see the overall picture when we look at that. Thank you.
Mr. Karmazin, then you would bring that back to us, would you, at a certain point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I would propose is that we could include that with a report back, even at perhaps at time of tender award, to take a look at the different options that council may want to consider.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Mr. Karmazin.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that is it for our proposed capital. Now, we did have some additional supplementary information related to the Health and Active Living Plaza project that finance was going to take the lead with as far as presenting, and CPRC is certainly would have a part in that presentation of information and options for council. and in addition are available to answer any questions related to the supplementary information. So I would refer to either CAO Webster and General Manager Marshall for that section of the budget deliberation.
Thank you. If I could put both of you gentlemen on hold for just a moment. Councillor Foster, you had your hand up, and I'm wondering if it's from what we have just been talking about, or is it something new that we are going to talk about?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, just more of a comment than anything, and I don't mean this directly at Mr. Karmazin. I just think it's a comment worth saying. I seem to notice every time we do budget, I have some of the same questions that come up, and I'm referring to project 22024, and it's nothing special. It's just a replacement of a supervisor's pickup truck, and given that I know the importance of a replacement schedule for budgeting and for everything else, I just can't help but think that for all our different departments, if there could be more information there, like the kilometer total on the truck and the basic shape, and I mean, it's very easy to say due to age, condition, and maintenance cost, it's time. I mean, basically, I can't help looking at some of these vehicles that we're replacing and thinking they're 7 or 8 years old, and probably 90% of our residents would love to have it, and we're trading it in because it's got a little bit of a maintenance cost to it. So I'm just wondering if at some point maybe it would be pertinent, and maybe Mr. Webster could speak to it too, that it'd be pertinent that we look at our replacement schedules. I think that, we may be spending some money here that we don't need to spend. Again, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Webster or Mr. Karmazin, comments on that?
Madam Mayor, to the councillor's point, we are fortunate that we have Jeff Meggett as our overall fleet manager. He held that position with York Region for many years, and he does the best job he can of leading that group through and determining what is the optimum time to sort of maximize asset replacement versus ongoing maintenance costs. So maybe Mr. Meggett would be the best to speak to the various analysis that go into the large equipment purchases.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, completely agree. The fleet budget that was put forward in this year in 22 is only essential equipment. We actually held back a number of vehicles that are scheduled by life cycle to be brought forward. Pickup trucks right now have a very attractive market value as a used vehicle with a shortage that's in play right now. And these supervisor vehicles are very essential, are key vehicles within each of the operating groups. So there's actually 4 supervisor trucks that we're recommending for replacement this coming year. And in each case, we're looking at replace them with electric vehicles if possible to advance our electrification. And to Councillor Foster's point, these are only being replaced due to the high mileage and current condition of them from a mechanical standpoint. And everything that we can carry forward and advance to future year, we're absolutely taking that lens first before replacement. So I hope that helps.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you. I just thought that something like that needed to be said and kind of needs to be kept at top of mind. Thank you.
Thank you for saying it and keeping it to the top of our minds. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Meggett. Mr. Karmazin, anything else at this point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further at this time, with the exception of the supplementary information related to the Health and Active Living Plaza.
Thank you. CAO Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, given consideration that this is the largest capital expenditure in the town's history to date, it might be advisable to possibly have the recess, and then we would roll into this. The plans are, if we can get council consensus and direction, that the following Wednesday session, we would move into a special council session, which would allow for this project to be put back on the tracks where it is. And I think we have to land on some sustainability options, and the funding strategy has been outlined for it as well. So just to further educate council and have a good discussion on this project post the recess.
Thank you. My clock is saying 12:30. Is the pleasure about a half an hour break or longer? Comments? No comments. So perhaps we could come back at 10 after 1. How would that be? Bit of a stretch, an opportunity to clear our brains a little bit, and then come back at that point. With that, then we will have a recess until 1:10. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we are still in CPRC. And I believe we were going to talk about the help. Am I correct?
Yes, you are, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, look, we were requested to provide some supplemental information regarding the help and in particular funding and some of the sustainability options. So we have a quick presentation here that we'll just step through. So,
Thank you.
Can you go to the next slide, please? So regarding the cost estimates of the help. So back in 2019, as part of our development charge background study, we included a cost of about $42 million for the help and the related park. So that was developed prior to any detailed design occurring and didn't include things such as the promenade that was later identified as being required in front of the facility and furniture and fixtures and things like that. So further along, COVID has impacted a lot of the construction costs in terms of not only cost and availability of supplies and materials, but shortage of labor and delivery issues. So that has had a significant impact on recent construction of similar facilities. So we've been advised that there's been at least a 15 to 25% impact just due to COVID, and with some of these other things that have been identified, we've revised the cost estimate to approximately $67.5 million. And in our budget right now, we are carrying $67,280,000, and that's in your budget book on page 224 of your budget binder as well. So next slide. So we have done a preliminary estimate of what we feel the funding availability would be at the end of 2021. And that's based on our collections of development charges that we've received to date, and based on the Queensville financial agreement that we've entered into with developers within the Queensville community to provide funding towards this towards the construction. So we're projecting that we'll have about $43 million in reserves that are specifically going to be used to fund the facility, and about 25 million in contributions from the developers that they will be receiving credits for when they build out their plans of subdivision. So in total, we have we're projecting we'll have over $68 million in funding available for construction. Next slide, please. So if we dedicated all those reserves towards construction of the help, and based on our current cost estimate, we are projecting that there are sufficient funds available to fund construction as of today, as of the end of 2021. Next slide, please. So there are some we've provided a 10-year forecast in your package, and within that 10-year, we've forecasted that there'll be some expenditures and projects that will be utilizing the same funding sources that we'll be using for the help. And we've estimated from the year 2022 to 2025, there'll be about $4 million of potential commitments to those reserves. So if we factor those in, we'll be looking to get an additional approximately $3 million of funding as of the end of the year to fund the facility. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, that the projection of reserve balances was based on a year-end 2021. But we know that there will be a future development that's happening in the next few years. And based on give or take 3,000 units that are still available in the York-Durham sewage system allocation, we're projecting that there'll be about $23 million in development charges that we'll be getting in the next few years. And that's based on us updating our development charge bylaw, which we are currently doing, and hopefully will be passing it in early Q1. So based on those updated rates, we're projecting there's about $23 million that will be coming in based on those unallocated units. So depending on the timing of those development charges that come in, there may be a need to interim finance the construction. And we have reserves identified that we could take some the money from and borrow from internally until those development charge funds come in. And so there's an example of a few of them here listed. And as well as that, we'll also be looking at some other revenue sources that could be used to close the gap in that additional funding required. So with that, I can pass it on to General Manager Karmazin to go through the sustainability options, or we can pause here and have a discussion on some of that funding.
I think there are some questions, so we'll pause here for a moment and see if we can have the questions answered before we move to the next step. I'm not sure what order they came in. I think it was Councillor Persicini and then Councillor Crothers. Go ahead, Councillor Persicini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because this, things have really gone up, is there any way possible if we don't get any grants or we can't borrow money from somewhere else that we could do like we did with the building of the police service in Aurora? When we were doing that, we did the skeleton, we did the whole skeleton. We finished everything except the third floor was not, we just had all the stuff done, but we didn't fill it with anything. But we have the future, what we're going to do there. Is there any way possible, in case we run into a problem, that we could still do because every time we go to construction, it costs a lot of money, and it goes up, and up. So if we do exactly what we want to do, the goal, what we want to do, and keep one area, we don't finish it. We have the walls, we get everything else, so we don't put the library, we don't do this, but we have it there when we have more money or we have future. Is that any way possible? Only if we could run into a big problem, because we need to finish the building, because the longer we wait, the more expensive it becomes, and things change day to day as we go along. I'm just trying to figure out ways that we could save some money, but you're still gonna, at the long term, you're still gonna get everything that we wish for. Can anybody help me out there?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I may refer that to General Manager Karmazin for information on that.
Please, thank you. Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is always options to phase construction, but when you do phase construction, I should correct that. There are certain types of facility construction that you cannot phase. For example, a Class A swimming pool. When you build a Class A swimming pool, typically you build the entire facility. There are other facilities that you may be able to phase, but what you will be exposed to is the potential of a risk that that construction pricing could go up over time, and you could end up paying more for that construction in the long run.
Which quite often happens.
I think someone misunderstood what I was trying to say. You finish the building out, the whole thing. We don't put the actual whatever we're gonna put in there that costs us money to see the library or whatever. But no, it's structure like the swimming pool, all that other stuff. We don't get, let's say, whatever we're gonna do. I'm talking about the building should be finished completely. The things that goes inside, is there a lot, are we talking about a lot of money or not a lot of money?
Through Madam Mayor, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, which is noted on one of the previous slides, is approximately $3 million. You know, there could be some flexibility with regards to the fit up of the facility over time, and phasing of fit up of the facility over time. However, it is deemed that at 40,000 residents, this type of facility would be required to provide an adequate service level for our residents.
Thank you, and I fully agree. We should finish it off if we can, but just in case we run out of some, you know, whatever down the road. But I understand where you're coming from. I've done constructions before. Anyway, that was just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Where do you see the costs going over the next number of years? Are we in a COVID bump right now where we're seeing costs very high, but we're expecting them to come down? What's the industry saying about where prices will be going by the time we actually start putting shovels in the ground?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can perhaps answer that question. Our architect and engineering team is taking a look at tendering costs, and what we're seeing is a consistent trend across municipalities, and that is due to supplies of material and labor in particular. It's not expected to rebound anytime soon. There's also a very large pent-up demand for these types of facilities. Nobody's been building large-scale recreation centers for the last 2 years. So there's a bit of a supply and demand issue as well that we're also faced with, and that could take years to resolve. You know, that's where the trend is what the trend is indicating, that it's not necessarily a matter of months, but it could be a matter of years before things stabilize.
Okay, so it's the pent up demand that's driving it as well as supply chain issues. I also wanted to just ask if with the pause on the Upper York, does that impact this in any way? Do we still have servicing for this, or is the opening of this going to be contingent on us getting sewage hooked up? How does that play into this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we did a lot of preliminary work with the design to ensure that the correct servicing and utilities would be available. And we are working very closely with Mr. Molinari's group to ensure that the proper ICI servicing is available for the help.
So does the pause of the Upper York affect this at all?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely not. The allocation would fall under the Lower York sewage solution.
Thank you. And just one last comment, really. I just want to be clear. We all know, because we've been talking about this for so long, but just for residents who may be listening, this is not being funded out of residential property taxes, but rather development charges. And it's the operational costs that are on the back of the taxpayers. So anything that we can do with this facility to ensure that the operational costs are lower is obviously a benefit to the taxpayer long term. and with that in mind, I'd rather see us do it right the first time rather than cutting any corners that might cost our taxpayers more in the long run. Thank you.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I just want to make sure that I'm crystal clear on this. We know we have so much DC contributions built up that we could fund a good portion of this. And if worse comes to worse, we could, in effect, borrow from ourselves and cover the remainder of the building. Have I got that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we could borrow from ourselves until those development charge collections come in, and we can repay back what we borrowed.
So just, and forgive me, Madam Mayor, just for you, that let's just say all construction stops next year and there's no new homes built. We could still borrow from ourselves and cover any shortfalls. I just want to be very clear on contingencies that we have in place. You know, you hate to hope that money's coming in the door and then not be surprised when it doesn't. So I just want to be clear on that. Have I got that correct, Mr. Marshall?
Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay, very good. So that gives me a little more comfort in this, and but because we signed the check on this, that's going to leave the bank account pretty drained. So is it going to handcuff us if we wanted to build, say, a new fire station or a community center in, somewhere else? Is that going to really limit our options for the next little while? I think council needs to be very clear on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It depends on what you're looking to construct. So in terms of indoor recreation facilities and parks, it will kind of limit what we can do in the future until those development charge collections come in. In terms of like a fire station, for example, that's not impacted by this. So whatever development charges we'll be collecting in the future, we'll still have available to do, for example, a fire station. But we will be, it will put pressure on our future capital plan and indoor rec and outdoor rec.
Okay, I appreciate that, the separation of how the development charges work. Just one last question, Madam Mayor, for you to either Mr. Carmazin or Mr. Marshall. We talk about other revenue sources such as naming rights, and I know a lot of our neighboring communities have been quite successful in getting their new rec centers named. And I'm just curious, what kind of money could we expect to generate from naming rights and things of that nature, just to give me a sense of what the potential is?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can do my best to answer that question. I do know that naming rights do vary. Typically, for naming rights within a facility or for a facility space, it is less than the naming rights of the entire facility. And I can say that from past experience, for example, in Aurora, the Stronach Aurora Recreation Complex was granted $4 million from the Stronach family. The Magna Center was granted 8. Now, the difference was the Stronach family had indicated it was the number of employees that were actually in those communities. So they were actually incrementally adjusting the rate for the number of employees that were actually in that community. But there are different, I can't stress enough that there are different arrangements and relationships that are created with different donors, but that would give you sort of an order of magnitude if we could potentially have a donor related to the naming of the actual facility, it would be in the millions of dollar range. Within a facility, then you're in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollar range, depending on what's being named related to the facility. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Karmaz. And Madam Mayor, just allow me one more question, if I may, for you to staff. Today, we've been always on the hunt for more grants and funding through federal, provincial sources. We're looking, ahead to the end of March, April. That's when the feds and the province will come up with their new budgets. If we jump into this now, are we perhaps limiting ourselves to future potential grants that are out there? Because some will be issued on whether you have shovel-ready projects, and they don't like to fund things that are already underway. Are we really got to pull the trigger now, don't we? Is what I'm asking.
So through you, Madam Mayor, not necessarily. We're not necessarily handcuffed if we approve now. Some grants are based on shovel ready, and some will allow you to claim backwards for a period of time as well. So it all depends on the structure of the grant that's being offered and who's offering it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, you had a question? No?
You've already taken me. Thanks.
Thank you. That was earlier, but I thought there was one more recent. Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing Councillor Roy DeClemente. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just through you to staff, a bit of clarification. The second slide where it says other for plus or minus 3 million, that's the fit and fixtures that we're talking about earlier. Is that correct?
For you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is.
Can we rename it then? I know there will be some people who are on this, who are in this meeting who will recall my temper tantrum at the word other when we start doing budgeting. And I'd like to make sure that we're as transparent as possible with naming what we're actually budgeting for. I guess my only thought here is that I guess this is good news, and I did want to. I think it's very good news, and the reason I say that is simply because other municipalities would undertake this sort of project and they would take on debt. They would go to market and borrow on the lender's market, and having the ability and the resources to do this internally is a tremendous success story for us. And I want to commend everybody involved who has been able to put us into this financial position. That we aren't contemplating what exchange rates or what interest rates or what private lenders or what capital markets would be doing or charging us. That this is all self-funded, and what an impressive position to be in. Thank you.
We certainly are. It's just a matter of managing from here on in. Any other questions or comments? I am also interested in the community fundraising campaign, or whatever we want to call that some sponsorship that takes place, and you take a look around the province and even as far away as East and West Coast, that many times when communities are building something of this nature and size, that there are substantial funding opportunities available with businesses that are there, but also some personal ones as well. And we do have personal people in our community that could very well write some checks. It may end up being for a particular room as opposed to the entire facility, but I think every little bit helps. I think also a community fundraising campaign gets our community excited about it, and it becomes part of our identity long before the building is opened and the doors are open for us. So I would hope that we could take those opportunities and see, even at a first glance, what are the availability of some of our residents and some of our businesses or local businesses that haven't or have donated in other places and perhaps want to be a part of a growing great community like ours. There's never ever a time when you get an estimate that your estimates go down. We know that. We know particularly now in COVID where building is a huge expense and they continue to go up. So I look at this as saying that this is our opportunity now. If in fact we want to put a community center of this magnitude in East Gwillimbury, we need to move forward with it now, express our intents. We certainly have talked enough to our community about what we're planning on doing, and I know that everybody on council has had feedback from local residents that they have talked to about what should be in there and what shouldn't be in there, et cetera. Everybody is keen about it. So I think we've committed to it. You take a look, it was 2019 DC bylaw. We're now at 2021, almost 2022, and we need to get going on it. The land is sitting there. I looked at the land the other day. I took a hike, drive over, and it's all waiting for us to happen. So I think we need to listen to staff, excuse me, listen to staff. They are the experts in it. I know that Aaron has built a couple of facilities, and I think there's some other staff members that have been involved with it as well. And I think that you're giving us good advice and we should be taking it. Are there any other questions, comments at this point? I'm not seeing anything. So from this point, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe there are a couple more slides left for this particular presentation.
Thank you.
I believe CAO Webster would like to make a comment.
Mr. Webster.
I certainly don't want to step in the way of this. It's going along quite well, but at the same time, we have to discuss the sustainability options. And I think our goal here today is, as I said before the break, if we can get a consensus position, we will bring the report back with a modified resolution at the end of Budget Committee on the 24th. So I'll pass it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Marshall, are you going to go through this, or is it Mr. Karmazin, or are we going to read it ourselves?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can present the sustainability options.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, members of the council, back in July of 2021, we had presented to council the building design and what was included with the base building design at our Thinking Green development standards. And what we had detailed out was over 30 green features that were included with our Thinking Green development standards, a very forward-thinking, industry-leading standard, and it still is till today with revisions along the way. From that meeting, we also were given direction to work with a net zero consultant at the recommendation of the Environmental Advisory Committee. And that work was very productive. In addition to the over 30 Thinking Green development standards and design features, we added on an additional 10 net zero concepts. That was a product of the work with the consultant and the work with the Environmental Advisory Committee. So these net zero concepts are all included with the base building design with no impact to schedule or costs. The next slide, please. From that workshop, we were also asked to report back on 5 additional net zero options or concepts. And these are the 5 concepts that we did further analysis work on and created business cases with the architect and engineering team. And we're providing recommendations back to council on 2 different option groups. So from the report that was recently presented to council, staff had heard the discussions, and we created these 2 option groups that could provide additional net zero options. The first option, group A, would include the concept 2 of the built-in cover to retain heat in the pool, and smart building automation systems that would save on energy consumption and demand management. The option group B would include those 2 concepts, but in addition provide solar photovoltaic panel readiness, and that's essentially increasing the structural capacity of your roof and roughing in the electrical systems to be able to receive a solar PV array. So we put those 2 options before council, and we did not recommend the 2 options due to dollar value and payback that we had spoke about previous at the council meeting when we presented this report. And I should highlight at the bottom, we've noted that these costs are in addition to the base building costs, and they would include design and construction costs, excluding taxes. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have or provide any more information that council may require.
Questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
When we had talked about this before, we talked about year 5 and year 10 are the break-even points. At that point, it would then be generating a savings to us, if I'm not correct, that if we take the built-in pool cover, for instance, if the construction cost is $500,000 and it pays for itself in 5 years, that means that we are basically, it's generating $100,000 for us in energy savings over those 5 years, and we can expect that that would continue. I would say the same with the smart AI, generating another $25,000 in costs that our taxpayers don't have to spend in the years going forward. So I just wanted to get your take on that. I was hoping, I brought this up when we first talked about it, and I was hoping to get a bit of a chart showing the savings to the taxpayer by investing in this from development charges up front, so that the operating costs on the tax rolls can go down going forward. So I'm wondering if you could just spell that out for us, make sure I'm not missing something here. But these 3 options would definitely be providing decreased operating costs going forward of a substantial amount, if I'm not mistaken.
Through you, Madam Mayor, these options would over time. So after the payback period, then it would be used to offset operating costs, and that would be attributed back to utilities. And there are also some assumptions that over time utility costs will go up, and so any cost savings with utilities could exponentially increase over time as well.
Then I applaud staff for bringing this to us. It's very smart to be looking at these sort of upfront items that will reduce our costs going forward. I remember Councillor Persicini saying costs go up and up and up, and he's absolutely right. So anything we can do to mitigate that going forward for our taxpayers, I think it is money well spent. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please, and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, what is the expected life frame, or how long do these how long does the pool cover and the AI system last before it needs to be replaced. So I'm looking to find out how long we'll be able to save, or how long we will be able to realize that payback.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the building technology will typically align with your mechanical equipment. So you'll typically have anywhere between a 25 to 30-year lifespan. When you replace your core mechanical systems, at that point you would be replacing your automation systems because they're tied in. They're interlock systems. They work together. The pool cover, I believe, after 10 to 15 years, you would have to look at a possible replacement on that structure. Mind you, you still have the investment of the cover being built in and built into the facility, into the deck. But that would be your sort of life cycle for that type of a building facility option. There would be operating dollars that would be built into the base operating budget to do general repairs and maintenance on these systems as well, but that would be incorporated into the building repair and maintenance budget that council has seen in the operating budget.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Thank you very much for putting this together, and I appreciate the efforts that you presented a list of options. Not all the options were viable, and I appreciate the work that went into figuring out which is which. And I think it needs to be restated that some of these will save us money over time, when the ongoing costs are taxpayer supported. This is not but we need to be very mindful of that, and anything we can do to help reduce the ongoing cost of this building is really important. So I would, quite frankly, I would be happy to. I'm supportive of you've put two options here, and that's option group B. That's the one I think we should go with, which you've recommended. The pool cover, the AI, and being solar ready when we go forward. That's I think that makes the most sense from my perspective. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Mr. Karmazin, anything else to add to this discussion at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further. We did prepare one last slide for council consideration, and there are some proposed resolutions based on the analysis work and the presentation that staff has made today. And I should add that we are also asking for another part of the resolution being to start some work on some pre-construction consulting, which is to prepare the project for that next phase. So there is also there's two parts to this resolution.
Thank you. And I guess in looking at them, one is for $830,000, one is for $990,000, and the third one is not to proceed. And then the last one is council approval for pre-construction. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
I'm happy to move the second one, that we approve the additional net zero option group B with the Healthy Active Living project, an additional budget of $990,000 excluding taxes. I'm happy to move that.
Thank you. We'll have a seconder for that. Councillor Crone. Okay. So we will start with that one.
Madam Mayor, may I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if you can just give me 1 second, what I'm going to do is pull the entirety of the resolution onto the screen. We do have a mover, Councillor Carruthers, and a seconder, Councillor Crone, for option B. I just wanted to get some clarification. The additional resolution at the bottom, which is referencing the pre-construction fees, is that also incorporated? Okay, wonderful. So bear with me for a moment, please.
So Madam Mayor,
Yes,
if I may, so council sits as budget committee. So this is not, they're not sitting as council currently. So this is actually budget committee recommending the council. And that's why we were proposing that budget committee. So I don't know if we need to have a recorded vote at the budget committee level or whether it would be better at council tomorrow afternoon for the recorded vote. I will leave it up to the clerk to determine what's best for the public record. This goes back to how we used to have committee of the whole, and it would make recommendations to council for adoption. So it's a little different today that the budget committee is recommending that council will adopt this tomorrow afternoon.
Since we're sitting as committee, I don't believe that we can actually we have the function to actually have a recorded vote then. If we're a special council, that's one thing, but if we're sitting as budget committee, then it's really just a motion on the floor that we're recommending to council that we do this. Thank you.
yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. This is, and I have referenced that as part of the resolution that the budget committee recommend that council approve.
And so we would vote today, and then we have council that it would come back to.
So
Okay,
through you, Madam Mayor, the resolution is in 4 parts. The initial part is just receive of the actual presentation that was made earlier. The second portion of the resolution is concentrating on Group B at a cost of $998,000. And the third clause of the resolution is simply reinstating the phase 2 pre-construction fees. Earlier, as part of the presentation, it was noted that council would want to perhaps hold a special meeting following committee, following the budget committee on Wednesday. So I have captured that a meeting be held to discuss this particular revised report.
thank you. Okay. Are all members clear on what we're voting on? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Through you, Madam Mayor. If it is council's wish to perhaps revisit the resolutions earlier on for Community Parks and Recreation Culture, what I have done is captured the entirety of the resolutions as we were going along. So if you don't mind, I will bring those up for council's consideration at this time.
Thank you.
All right.
Can everyone read that? I know it's a little finer than what we normally have. Be it resolved that Community Parks, Recreation and Culture 2022 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture open capital project status be received, and that the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture development and fee supported review be received, and that Community Parks, Recreation and Culture 2022 proposed tax supported operating budget be approved in principle, and that the development and fee supported budget for Community Parks, Recreation and Culture be approved in principle, and that budget committee requests that staff further review capital project CP 22002 Nikita Trail parking lot expansion and report back with additional information regarding the future site, and that budget committee requests that staff further review the budget funding source for capital project CP 22-013 Temperance Hall and Temple Visitors Center servicing and report back with a new budget funding source, and that the 2022 new capital program for Community Parks, Recreation, Culture be approved in principle as following. And I don't think I have to read that. I think everybody can see that part of it. If not, please let me know now. Are all members comfortable with what you have before us for a vote? Anyone need any clarification? I know there's a lot here to digest. Councillor Morton, is there an area that you would like highlighted, or
we go up just a bit more? There was one about the Mount Albert there with the part or the
Ross family?
South.
Sorry, Ross family?
No, this would be for the actual, if I'm looking at the right area here. I think it's a little higher. I need to put it away this way. It's CP 29002. I might be on the wrong sheet. It's the community center and the expansion design and construction. I'm just wondering when that actually was really discussed, because I don't remember it coming forward.
Are you referring to 22014 Mount Albert Community Center roof? And
no, that one I agree with. It's further down. It's 29002, and it's the expansion design and construction. I'm just wondering what the expansion is about.
Okay, let me see if I can find it first, and then we'll see if we can get more detail on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just bear with me for a moment because I don't. Councillor Morton, would you mind perhaps providing the title of the project that you're referring to in your budget book?
It's under, let me see. I'm not sure that, well, the title is just, I'm just going by the number. Okay. And it's CP.
Yep.
229-002. And it's referring to the community center expansion, design and construction. And I'm just wondering when that was decided, because I don't remember it coming forward. I could be exactly wrong, and maybe Mr. Parmesan can let me know that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, General Manager Marshall has his hand up, but I believe this is part of the 10-year capital budget summary sheet. Perhaps he can provide further clarity on this item.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, not a problem. Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. It is part of our 10-year forecast, and it's just there for information. So nothing's been approved or is going forward at this time on that project.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a message so we don't forget. Councillor Roy DiClemente, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The resolution that sort of flashed by on the screen was that I saw that the Temperance Hall servicing was crossed out, and it wasn't my intention for us to put it on hold whatsoever, but simply that another funding source be found for that project. I absolutely want it to proceed. It's a smart approach. The resolution above that we were passing made sense, because I think it just says that they review the budget funding source, but that it was not to necessarily that we were going to be putting the project on hold. So I want to make sure that we're not pausing it whatsoever, but just that we're funding it from somewhere other than arts and culture. Thanks.
So you're recommending then we take the highlighting off of the, there we go, under the facility title? Is that what you're recommending?
Oh, you are muted.
Got it. So when I saw it last, it was actually crossed out, and I did not want it had to be crossed out. I simply wanted it highlighted because obviously it needs to be addressed, but not paused. Thank you.
Let's go back.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only item on this list that has been crossed out as a paused item is in respect to Nokita Trail parking lot expansion. And it has been further captured as part of the resolution above. This is simply just taking it out of this list for council's approval in principle of the new capital programs.
Councillor Roy DeClemente?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Are all members of council good? Anything that we need to change, that we need to highlight?
Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe there's a technical error on your laptop, but Councillor Carruthers had her hand up.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The Nokita parking lot expansion, if we cross that out, does that put that off for another year? I think that both Councillor Foster and I, as well as other members of council, have been saying that we would like to see a parking lot expansion. We're just not sure if the one that's proposed is the right one. I think that I worry that if we cross this off, it doesn't happen for another, at least it doesn't get started for at least another year. I mean, our residents won't see that parking lot expansion for 2 years. So I'm in favor of the budget for a parking lot expansion. I just would like us to look around before we commit to the site that was in the budget book.
Might you, if we took the cross out part and left the pause in, to me that was more of the discussion was that let's pause it right now. Let's do more investigation. Let's make sure we own that property. What kind of things can we do with it? What are the soil content of it? Let's get the Conservation Authority an official discussion to go through it. Contaminated soil, those kinds of things before we get to and then bring it back to council. And pause to me means do some work on it and bring it back with some kind of a recommendation from staff.
So pause to me means I don't think we want to pause it. We want to go ahead with it. We just don't want to go ahead with it necessarily in that site. So we want that parking lot expansion project to go ahead. And to your point, Madam Mayor, we want to do all the things that you just said. So we want that expansion project going ASAP, just not necessarily in that location, but everything that you just said. And I fear crossing it off or saying pause means nothing happens on it. And that's not what the intention was. The intention is go ahead with the project, just not necessarily in that location. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm not sure that that's what I heard, though. I thought that I heard that this location was optimal, and that was the one to really have a good look at, as opposed to go ahead and without any location at all. But I may be wrong. Could I have?
I just want to make sure we have dollars there for it. We don't have to wait for another budget cycle to get the dollars to go ahead with this, whatever site we choose.
Okay. Comments, questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
In the past, we've done things like approve in principle, subject to further reporting to council. And that may be the approach that I would take here. It sounds to me like there was certainly appetite to address that area, but that it may, whatever we choose may actually cost more than that, or it may cost less. And so, you know, we wanted to do it right the first time and make sure that we have the right number of parking spots, that we've got the right trailhead, that we've, you know, that we're not biting off our nose in spite of our face based on future plans with the active transportation and trails master plan. So let's do a little bit more work on it, but approve it in principle subject to further reporting. And that way they can't build the parking lot without coming back to us with a bit more information.
Thank you. I believe I saw some nods here. I believe that's what people were looking for. Okay. So the Budget Committee approved capital project CP 22002 Nikita Trail parking lot expansion subject to further reporting from staff. Has that captured it? Well, people understand? Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have revised the statement to identify what was just proposed. Looking at the chart, it does not appear that there is any item that is being taken off from the capital list.
Very good. Thank you. And I would need a new mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Persichini, Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that concludes the CPRC portion, but I believe General Manager Marshall is on the call. He can guide us through the next steps.
Thank you.
Yes, through
Mr.
you, Madam-
Marshall,
Yes,
we're all yours.
Thank you. That does conclude CPRC's portion of the budget. Next on our agenda is Emergency and Community Safety Services with Chief McKenzie. I'll refer you to page 75 on in your book to start off with the operating program.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm happy today to lead council through the 2022 operating and capital budgets. Emergency and Community Safety Services delivers quality education programs to enhance the fire and life safety of the town's residents, businesses, and visitors. The division also ensures compliance with the Ontario Fire Code by performing prevention, inspection, and enforcement. The suppression crews, of course, ensure a timely, efficient response to emergency and non-emergency incidents. And staff, in addition, are also responsible for ensuring compliance with the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act by providing the required training and exercise and oversight to the emergency plan that the town is required to have. So you can see from the org chart that the composite department that we have here is led by a senior command team of now 3, and it's supported by an administrative coordinator. And we manage 23 full-time staff, as well as approximately 80 paid on-call staff. Next page, please. You can see the list of key priorities and objectives for ECSS, and I won't go through them all, but I'd like to highlight a couple. We recently transitioned from part-time to full-time, the assistant deputy chief position. And so we're just basically at week 2 of that process, but we're onboarding that gentleman. His name is Rick Durstroff. So we welcome him and we're happy to have him on board. And so that's part of one of our objectives for this year. We're continuing to recruit and retain paid on call firefighters. That's an annual process that we undertake. What's exciting this year is you can see it under the culture of municipal excellence, where we're the second bullet there. We're going through a service delivery review in partnership with the Township of Georgina, and this is very exciting. We're applying for some provincial funding to take a look at each department's fire master plan. Both plans are midway through their life, their 10-year expectancy, so it'll be a good snapshot to find out where we are and how we're doing with regards to that. But added to this is the component that we're going to task the consultants with looking at consolidating the 2 fire departments and what would that involve and what would that take. So it's fairly exciting. The next year that review is going to take up a lot of time and a lot of work, but I think it's going to be very exciting. So if you next page, please. as we quickly go through the metrics for the ECSS, when we start with community education and prevention, you can see that, of course, in the 2019, 2020, COVID did have an impact, but it wasn't just that. For example, the first graph you see there is the inspection graph, and prior to 2020, we had 2 inspectors, Captain Davidson and one other inspector, and so we were only able to commit so much time and resources to inspection. So during the COVID, we were able to hire an additional inspector. So you can see that with Callie Walton getting on board and coming up to speed, we've increased our inspections. Again, with Callie now on board and the other inspector doing the job, we were able to divert Captain Davidson to plans review. So you can see some of the increase there. The spike you see under the fire safety plans is actually, we noticed, or we saw a trend in the industry, industrial, educational, institutional facilities where the fire safety plans just weren't where we wanted them. So that was where the opportunity for us to do a bit of a blitz. So you can see that spike there. So we've managed to get a lot of those back in place. Next page, please. COVID did directly impact our public education activities. We basically were handcuffed and weren't able to do a lot, but you can see now we're starting to recover. Again, public education engagements are on the rise, and last year we implemented the digital version of our smoke alarm program for tracking and monitoring. And just this last year alone, we engaged a couple of summer students to back up some of the full-time and paid on-call staff that were doing it. And I'm happy to say we got into well over 1,500 homes this year alone. Next page, please. Training hours weren't really impacted by COVID. Very early in the COVID process, the fire marshal's office realized that perishable skills and of the first responders had to be maintained. So we kept the training division going, and we kept the training hours on there. What the spike that you see though in 2020 is the time that was required as we implemented that new Blue Card Incident Command program. So there was an increase in the by all staff in the amount of time there. And of course, emergency incidents, which everybody sort of wants to know about. You can see we've been trending for the past 5 or 6 years at around the 1,000 incident per year mark. And this year to date, I think we're just at 950. So there's not going to be any real change that way. And fire investigations are, of course, what they are. Next page, please. So the operating budget summary for ECSS is 19% of the total operating expenditure. The major impact to the operating budget is it comes from the salary and benefit enhancement related to the collective agreement of the full-time firefighters, and then the associated increase that we pass down to the paid on-call staff. Equipment repairs were adjusted to better reflect the actuals from the previous year. So that's a bit of an increase too. And there was a small increase for materials and supplies, mostly related to the fact that we have some more members in professional memberships and member associations. So we have to pay some dues there. So if you turn to the next page, you can see the operating budget there at 3% increase. I'm happy to take any questions at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Questions of the chief? Councillor Boyd-Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just curious about the draw from reserves. There's 290,000 coming from community education and prevention, and another 372 under operations. And when I look at our program related reserves, that's drawing down quite dramatically those tallies or those fund balances, either through you, Madam Mayor, to the chief or to Mr. Marshall. If you could provide a bit of background or what that is and what's happening there, I would appreciate it.
Chief, would you like me to refer to Mr. Marshall?
Yeah, yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall.
Yes. Thank you,
Not that you were second choice, but
So through you, Madam Mayor. So the draw on the operations of 372,000 represents the staffing, funding the staffing through our multi-year plan. The schedule that you're referring to on our uncommitted reserve balances, there is an error on the collection side. It should be matching the total that we're drawing, so that should be offsetting. Really the only draw that you'll see on that would be for the capital side. So that's where we have to start looking at our replacement and making sure that we're funding enough for replacing those assets.
So the program-related reserve balance, uncommitted fund balance for the end of December 31st, 2022 would not be 126,000. It would be 126,000 plus 372,000.
No, the difference, I think it's a 260. Let me just get to that page here. And I believe that the contribution is 268.
Okay, so I'm just wondering where the error is so that I can make the correction on my reserve schedule.
So the error is in the forecasted contributions, where I believe the amount is it says 268,000. That should be actually 372,000.
Okay, so I think we're still creating a bit of an issue on the reserve balance. So at the beginning of December 2020, we had a balance of 584,000. And at the end of 2022, we're going to have 126,000. Is that deliberate? That seems like we're drawing down and not replenishing.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So the 268 is shown both in 2021 and 2022. So those both should be corrected to 372. So then the only drawdown on the reserve would be through the capital. And that's where I'm referencing that we have to start looking at our replacement and making sure that we're providing enough for replacement of our assets. So we'd be looking at that. So the drawdown would only be 250,000 as opposed to the close to 400,000 that we're looking at.
So that 250,000 under community education and prevention is not coming from the program-related emergency services reserve. It's coming from capital asset renewal and replacement.
The 290,000 is actually coming from our building reserve.
Okay.
And that's for inspections and things.
And that's in a healthy position, so that's fine. Thank you.
other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So if we go one more page, then you can see a quick snapshot of the expenditures by branch and the revenues by branch. We'll move to the open capital, and I believe it's page 1 on the addendum package, open capital. So with regards to the open capital projects from 2021, I'm happy to report that the status of all existing capital projects is complete and will close at the end of this year, with the exception of one, which is funding that's allocated for the annual paid on call recruitment, which will be carried forward. We're in the early stages of a recruitment now, so that those funds will be spent by the end of 2022. So I'm happy to take any questions on the open capital project status.
Questions for the chief? How is the recruitment going right now then, Chief? Are we getting people in our community that want to be a part?
Absolutely. We have no shortage of applications, and I believe there's 12 candidates that we're going to put through to the recruit class.
Very good.
So before we go off this off this page, there is the one thing that I want to mention. The large capital item last year was that the replacement of the pumper, and I mentioned at council last week that we took delivery and are currently doing the training. That project was on time and under budget, and it's a big little motivator for our staff here. So that's a positive note.
Very good.
So if we move to no questions, then we'll move to the capital projects, and I believe that's on page 149. Oh, we're going that way. Okay. Just kidding. The 2022 capital budget requests for ECSS include funding to enhance the modernization or digitization of our administration portion of the operation. Currently, we have a lot of pen and paper, old school kind of documentation, and we'd like to transition that to the digital world. So that's one of the projects we're doing. The second project, now this was funding that was put in for early in the process when we originally requested 2 FTEs. Depending on budget deliberations, this will come out if required or stay in if required. So the next one, bunker gear replacement. Bunker gear is one of those pieces of equipment that's regulated by the government, and it has a lifespan of 7 to 10 years. So some of our gear is at that end of life cycle. We're coming up on the 10-year mark from when the fire station burnt down, and the department lost a lot of its bunker gear. So we have a plan now to start replacing a little bit every year, and this is just this will be the first of that project. So that's what that one's for. The next project is 22004. Again, some of our hose, the kilometers and kilometers of hose that we have is aged, and some of it is ready for replacement. But in addition, we have some of our nozzles that have and line equipment appliances that have met their match and at their end of lifespan. So this is a project to start replacing some of that equipment. The next project is 22005. And this is just ongoing funding for our annual recruitment. Every time we bring on a class of recruits or new staff, we have to not only make sure that they have the proper books and program and as far as the training aspect goes, but we have to outfit them in bunker gear and a station wear uniform, safety shoes, baseball hat, t-shirts, and all that. So this sort of covers off that. The next project, 006, is a replacement for one of our utility or pickup truck, sorry. Again, at the end of its useful life cycle, just coming up on replacement time. Again, the next one, 007. Actually, if you could skip forward to 008, is a second utility or pickup truck that's on at the end of its life cycle. So there's on the capital side, there's two pickup trucks for replacement, and then 007, which is back one, Madam Clerk, is a new vehicle or for the Assistant Deputy Fire Chief as a command vehicle. So in total, three pickup trucks. And that's as far as it goes. That's as far projects for the capital. I'm happy to take any questions on any of those projects.
Thank you, Chief. Questions of the Chief? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Chief. Given there's 2 more vehicles here, actually, well, 1 new one, you just took delivery of a community van that was a donated. What does this bring your number of support vehicles to? How many support vehicles do you have?
I'd have to check the records, but I'm thinking it's in the area of 7 or 8.
So the one that's being branded as a command vehicle isn't necessarily a command vehicle any more than your vehicle or the deputy chief's vehicle, correct?
It will be equivalent to, it'll be outfitted the exact same as the chief or the deputy's vehicles.
Okay, and so that's going to be a rotating shift of who's available to respond after hours kind of thing, like many departments do?
Exactly, yeah. The vehicle will be permanently assigned to the assistant deputy, but there will be, for the on-call, I mean, we're all on call at all times, but for the immediate response to an incident, there will be a rotating schedule that will develop between the 3 of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Through
Yes,
Madam
go
Mayor.
ahead, Madam Clerk.
I have prepared the draft resolutions for council's consideration given the latest updates, if you would like to entertain that.
Please. Councillor Roy DeClemente, do you have a question?
Just a request, the equipment for new firefighters, I believe it's 002.
Yes.
I'd like to put that on hold, subject to further discussions with respect to staffing and hiring. At this point, it's not clear that we're hiring 2 new firefighters, so I don't think we need to be approving the money until we decide to hire those firefighters.
Until they're hired or until we decide to hire?
Precisely. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. We're not doing it right now.
Yep.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is the intent to pass it or just to simply cross this off of this particular list and subject to further recruitment?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. When we approve staffing, there's usually a staffing sheet that comes through that says, here's a new staff member. This is the salary and benefits expense, and then there is a capital expenditure to support that individual and any other ongoing operating expenses, be it cell phones or other equipment that's needed. So as far as I'm concerned, when we approve 2 new firefighters, then we would also approve the equipment that's required to support them at that time.
Okay, budget requirement request capital project 22002, equipment for new firefighters be paused and incorporated as part of the future recruitment. Is that your pleasure? Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll move all of that if you'd like, Madam Mayor.
That would be terrific. Thank you. And do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else, Chief?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, nothing more at this time.
Any questions of the chief? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next on the agenda would be Development Services with General Manager Ramuno. Could refer you to page 51 of your binder, which is also page 47 of our website.
Welcome, Mr. Ramuno.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon to you and members of council. So happy to present the Development Services budget, Madam Mayor. And Development Services, we made up of 2 divisions, complement of 21 full-time staff, and the majority of staff are funded through development fee revenue, and a very small portion through property taxes. So as I mentioned, our core functions, 2 divisions under planning. Planning is responsible for the review of all planning applications in accordance with provincial, regional, and municipal policies. Planning also is responsible for updates to towns' official plan, zoning bylaw, other land use studies. We also provide, advice and interpretation on all provincial and other applicable regulations and policies related to land use. The building division is responsible for the administration and approvals through plan reviews, site inspection. They ensure compliance under the building code and to the zoning bylaw related to all new construction, demos, and renovations, and they also deal with enforcement. Next slide, please. So I'll just go through some of the key priorities and objectives coming from development services. Obviously we're in the middle of our new official plan update. And so we're going to continue on with our public engagement and consultation process moving forward on that to ensure that we solicit feedback from our residents and all stakeholders as we continue to finalize the draft official plan. As well, one of the other key initiatives as directed by council is in early 2022, we'll undertake the Heritage Conservation District study for the Sharon community. Again, as I mentioned, under responsible growth and environmental protection, I've already touched on the OP. That's obviously one of the key capital projects. We talk about ensuring that our plan is environment first, ensure that we continue with our strong environmental protection and enhancement policies. Our existing official plan is also very robust, but we'll move forward to ensure that we enhance those policies wherever we can. And I'll touch on one of the other key another capital project related to the OP is the update to our Thinking Green standards later on. Another key priority is in 2022, we're going to bring our land use study related to cannabis production facilities to conclusion. We'll have to hold a public meeting and present options to council in the first quarter of 2022. We can go to the next slide, please. So these are some of our metrics and KPIs for the building division. As you can see, we've had some strong years with respect to the last couple of years related to new applications. The first chart is really all applications. The second one to the right is specifically new home building permit applications, and we're projecting about 850 new residential building permit applications for the end of 2021. And so, as council is aware, our significant years were in 2016, 2017. We saw a bit of a dip in 18 and 19, but building activity has been picking up the last couple of years. Next slide. This is the KPIs for planning. Over the last couple of years, our planning applications that have received have pretty stable. We are projecting for 2022 pretty good activity related to site plan applications. As council's aware, there's a lot of interest in our new business park, the Green Lane 404 Business Park. So we're expecting some significant large-scale employment site plan applications early in 2022. So that'll certainly assist with our projected planning revenues moving forward. Next slide, please. So this is just a budget summary of the department's development or tax supported budget. you know, as I mentioned, it's a small portion that is supported by property taxes. Really no real pressures, minor changes in salaries and benefits, which is pretty typical. And net budget increases only $300. We saw a slight increase in committee of adjustment materials, but that's been almost totally offset by planning application revenues. Next slide, I think we will move over to the okay, that's the tax supported chart. And again, as I mentioned, the only slight increase there really is related to salaries and benefits and materials and supplies, and that relates to our committee of adjustment, where we're trying to improve customer service, and staff are preparing our committee of adjustment, minor variance, and consent applications for applicants, just so we can ensure that the messaging on those signage is consistent and assisting applicants so they don't have to go off to sign companies and create their own signs. So that's as a result of the slight increase there. Next slide. Next, we're moving on to the development fee supported budget. And here again, really no pressures, just the typical increases related to salary, step increases for the year. And as I mentioned, the salaries and benefits, that increase is related to the market adjusted increases in salaries, etc. And the revenues related to planning application fees, I think our projections for 2022 are again pretty healthy. We are expecting some large scale applications. Well, that will certainly help with our revenues moving forward over the next couple of years. Next slide. And these are just the various budget lines related to the planning and building department. As you can see, the building expenditures and revenues that will be offset by draws to our building reserves, which is still very healthy, and planning as well, predicting revenues of about $637,000. I think that was pretty conservative when we made those projections. I'm pretty sure we're going to exceed those in 2022. As I mentioned before, we'll see some large scale employment planning applications in early 2022. Next slide, please. I think council has seen these pie graphs just with respect to the ratio of planning and building town-wide. Next slide.
Through you, Madam Mayor, General Manager Ramuno, this is the last slide on the development and fee supported budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We can pause here, Madam Mayor, if there are any questions before we move on to the capital budget section. I think you're muted, Madam Mayor, but if there are no questions, we can move on to the capital budget.
Exactly. That's just what I had said. Thank you. Off to capital budget. Thank you.
So I think the first section will go to the open capital section. Okay, no, this is the 2022 slides related to the 2022 requests. Okay, open capital, thank you. So that's in the, I believe you'll find that in the addendum number 1. And again, I've got 4 open capital sections, City View software enhancements, and that's being carried forward. Heritage Register review, that was closed. We brought that to completion earlier on this past year, early 2021. The next two are carryovers, $25,000 in a project titled Various Planning Studies. That's just to assist with any small study that we may have to undertake. And then, of course, the larger one, which is a carryover, which the OP review, $600,000, which we will be bringing to conclusion early in 2022. If there aren't any questions, we can then go to the 2022 capital budget project requests, which is page 149 in the budget binder. And the first project is the one entitled City View Software Enhancements. And again, this is an ongoing project. I believe the request in 2022 is for $370,000. And this is to continue to upgrade the City View software project. We're at a stage where we're looking at funding. Part of that funding will assist in bringing on an application specialist, which will help us configure the City View for other internal departments as outside of development services. Will also help in dealing with integration of reports, and a lot of those reports previously were all done manually. So it's saving staff time in assisting and preparing a lot of these monthly reports that are coming from our building department with respect to application volumes and status of permits, etc. The next project is the Sharon Heritage Conservation District study, which we received direction from council to place this into our 2022 capital budget request, and we've estimated about $100,000 to conduct the study to look at establishing a heritage conservation district for the community of Sharon. And if approved, we'll initiate that as soon as we can early in the new year. And the next and final one, this is, yes. So this is a combined, I believe we have $200,000 over a number of years, combining the Thinking Green development standards and the I believe the community energy plan strategy. The first component is Thinking Green development standards, the review of the existing document. Our 2010 official plan established the policy to create a Thinking Green development standards, and our first standard or guideline was created in 2012. Then it was updated in 2018, and we're committing to revisit those standards to bring those up to date following the completion of our OP early in 2022. And the second component of this capital project request is the establishment of a sustainable community energy plan strategy. And that is it for the capital project request for 2022, Madam Mayor. If there are any questions before we move on to the 10-year capital.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the first item, the City View software enhancements. So we approved $500,000 in the previous budget. We've got a request for $370 for this year. Is that the end of the project, the enhancements and things that are being rolled out? Is that completion of that project, or is this expected to require further funding in future years?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, that should be the completion. This is what we're calling phase 2 of the City View launch that we're looking at starting early in 2022. And again, really, it's comprised of sort of bringing on a specialist to help us reconfigure for additional generating additional reports, maintenance of the existing system, integrating functions from other departments as well. And there's also some hardware upgrades, some additional monitors that will need to be purchased. But this will be phase 2, in my understanding, completion of the project.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Mr. Ramuno?
You, Madam Mayor, the next and final slide is the 10-year capital budget summary, one of the large printouts in the budget binder. And there are a number of projects here in the out years. We've already talked about the City View software enhancements, 2022, the Heritage Conservation District for Sharon, the Thinking Green standards update and the community energy plan. We've combined those and totaling $200,000, and we've spread out over a number of years, I believe 4 years. And then the next one is the we've got community secondary plan, initiation of community secondary plans beginning in 2023, and some out years as well. They would relate to any community plans that we would be doing for related to our new community areas. And then we've got a zoning bylaw review that we may have to make some adjustments to our zoning bylaw once our official plan is updated. And again, that is likely take place in 2023 or 2024. And then we also have our next OP update, but again, that is 10 years out. I think that takes us to 2031. Because as you know, we're in the middle of our current update, and the next one will be 10 years down the road. Right, 2031. And that is it for the capital project, Madam Mayor, if there are any questions.
Questions on the capital projects? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm looking at 22002, the Thinking Green Development Standards Review, and I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of why this is over 4 years, because I'm thinking this is something that needs to be done sooner rather than later. So why is this spread out for so long?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Carruthers. No, it's a good point, Councillor. And the intent was, again, we packaged 2 projects there, and we did spread it out just from a cash flow standpoint. But I think once our official plan is updated in 2022, there'd be some urgency to then initiate our update of our Thinking Green standards. So that would take place in later on in 2022 or early 2023, and we'll probably likely have to do a report back to council to initiate that. So there'd be a commitment there. The intent is to revisit those once our official plan is updated.
So why is it spread out to 2025? Because what I'm hearing you say is that there should be a sense of urgency around this.
Yeah. No, good point, Councillor. I think when we were projecting these out, we had projected out over a number of years, but I think with respect to the Thinking Green standards, we should be making the adjustment there to bring that forward in 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm not seeing any.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have prepared the draft resolution for council's consideration. Just bear with me for a moment.
Can everyone read it, or will I read it out? Be it resolved that Development Services 2022 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Development Services open capital project status be received, and that the Development Services 2022 proposed tax supported operating budget be approved in principle, and that the development and fee supported budget for development services be approved in principle, and that the 2022 new capital program for development services be approved in principle as follows. And that would be 19019 City View Software, 22001 Heritage District Study, and 22002 Thinking Green Development Standards Review and Sustainable Community Energy Plan. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, and
Question on the motion.
yes, go ahead.
Councillor Carruthers requested that project 002 be amended. I'm just going to make sure that that's noted in our resolution.
Thank you. Thinking Green Development Standards Review and Sustainable Community Energy Plan is the title.
So it's as amended.
As amended. Correct. Okay, so I had Councillor Roy DeClemente move it, and I'm sorry, did I have a seconder? Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else for us?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, next on our agenda is corporate services, and Deputy CAO Valchich will step us through the operating program. We'll start off with the operating program, which is on page 27 in your binder and page 24 if you're following along in the webs.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Madam Mayor, through you, I'll walk you through our corporate services proposal for 2022. Most of this you're very familiar with. The transformation and modernization sort of leadership and coordination is something that's a little more relatively new in the last couple of years that we're spending a lot of time and energy on to try and support all of our program and service areas. The other rather significant change is the addition of the equity, diversity, and inclusion portfolio into our communications and EDI section. So a very, very important addition to the portfolio, and an area that there's going to be lots of work done in the coming months and years for sure. Information management, data and analytics, application development, system security, and so on, you're very familiar with, and economic development, and reminding council and the public that we're really seeing some major strides in our economic development portfolio, most recently our director being recognized provincially for her leadership and efforts in that regard. So really pleased with the team that we've got leading these very important corporate services. You can see the complement there. In the information management branch, I did want to point out, we actually have a salary and benefit budget for 5 FTE, but only 4 of those have been approved by council. Next slide, please. So key priorities and objectives. I won't read them. You've heard modernization several times today from different departments. Clearly, we're trying to do what we can to support requirements that are coming from all of our program and service areas. And probably the biggest one that's new in 2022 would be the customer relationship management system. I mentioned the equity, diversity, and inclusion portfolio under Ms. Gandy, and the leadership that she's bringing to that, and she will be developing a framework and an implementation plan and strategy for us to move forward on that portfolio. Information system security is something you're going to see in a moment in our capital program proposal for 2022. This is an area that is becoming very, very important, particularly through COVID, as we've seen a tremendous increase in cyber attacks and cyber threats. And Build Back Better There was a comment earlier from one of the members of council about, I hope that, as we move into recovery and post-COVID, that we're not going to lose some of the flexibility that we've had for things like virtual attendance, for deputants and for, having a flexible opportunity to engage and to receive service from the town. From my perspective, I can assure you that we will not be moving backwards. The world, quite frankly, has moved forward, and EG needs to move with that. And so I believe that what we mean when we say build back better, because perhaps that's a little jargony, is what it really means is we can be better than we were pre-COVID, and we can be better than we were when we were in the restrictive state of COVID. And we want to build back and take advantage of the things that we did really well, and some of those in-person service delivery and in-person interactions that are so meaningful to us from pre-COVID. And we want to take advantage of some of the ways that we've transformed the way we do business during COVID. So I see that being here to stay. There's a number of other ones on there. The other couple I just wanted to mention very quickly is you'll see a couple of the very important interdepartmental teams, and Mr. Ramuno talked about the OP process. That's actually a one that we continue to try and coordinate across all of the departments that are feeding master plan work into that to support that OP. And although we're anxious to see ourselves be post-COVID and full recovery, there's still work to be done as we emerge and we recover from the pandemic. So that will continue to be an area of focus as we move into 2022. Next slide, please. So these are fairly self-explanatory. I think probably what these two slides say most in terms of what story are they telling us is that you can see that we have really transformed the physical workplace into an ability to operate and perform and deliver program and service virtually. I've used the term in the past as we found ourselves faced in the COVID pandemic. Our information management technology branch really became a core part of what I call the operational first responders, and really helped us transform over the last 24 months. Next slide, please. Economic development. Interestingly, although we had so many restrictions through COVID in relation to our businesses, our team, which is small but very effective, it's two, but Margot and Brittany have done a great job continuing to make sure that they're outreaching to businesses. You'll recall we used some of the COVID relief money to provide some much needed grants to help our businesses in most need so that they could actually survive and recover from the pandemic. So that outreach continues. There was actually some modest increase in job creation. And as folks know, and Councillor Crone has been very close to this, we continue to be really pleased with expansion of broadband in our community, because that's really become an essential service to anybody in today's day and age. Next slide, please. Customer service and communications. You can see that our customer interactions continue. So regardless of the fact that we transformed through 20 and in 21 as largely virtual service delivery, you can see that from a customer interaction point of view, we continue to make sure we were available, providing information and services to our residents, businesses, and stakeholders. Service requests managed, you can see those have continued to rise, and that will continue to be the case as we see our population increase as well. You're going to see that. What's really nice to see is with the new website that was introduced and was part of our modernization program, we used some of the provincial funds to do that. You can see that website engagement is up. So so really pleased to see that that tool is being used actively by individuals to communicate and interact with us. And also, just on digital communications, just want to point out that we continue to look at all of the social media that we can use to outreach to our target audience, whether it's just for information sharing or whether it's for things like promoting East Gwillimbury to potential employees where we want to attract an employee base. So you can see LinkedIn added there, which in the past you wouldn't have seen, because we think it's an important venue to make sure that East Gwillimbury is known to employees that are looking for an outstanding work experience when we have openings. Next slide, please. So the operating budget, really not a lot to talk about. There's some modest salary and benefit pressures through the usual steps and COLA and benefit coverage. There's a very small adjustment for YorkNet expansion cost in EG. Next slide, please. So I think my opening comments just on the previous slide kind of cover this, Madam Mayor. There's not really a lot I can add, really bare bones in terms of the operating budget. I'm wondering, Madam Mayor, before I switch to capital, if there's any questions about this, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you back up to the key priorities page, please? I just want to say how wonderful it is that we have an equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy being developed. It's really great news, and it's something that is so needed. But when I get down to environmental protection, like so many of these key objectives on for each department, environmental protection, although it's there in the title, is completely missing in any of the priorities. And I'll just take us back to when we developed our strategic plan. Environmental protection wasn't something that was on it to begin with. It was something that council asked to make part of our strategic plan. They wanted environmental protection added. Yet I feel like I'm banging this drum over and over again. This is a corporate key objective, a strategic priority of the town that council has asked to see, and being able to articulate that under corporate services, I think is essential. That if this is something that is important to us as a town, then we need to see how corporate services has made a priority of environmental protection. And I can't tell you just how disappointed I was when I turned to this page and saw absolutely nothing under environmental protection. I know there's lots that we're doing. It just doesn't seem to come up when we put our objectives down on paper. And I really would love to see a change in that. And so that it's top of mind when people listen to us talk, that we are putting environmental protection as a strategic objective, as we have said as a council we are.
Madam Mayor, first of all, thank you very much, Councillor Crothers, for the comments. I think you make a really good point. I think we can do a better job articulating some of the environmental impacts of some of the initiatives that are listed there. I can tell you one of the environmental impacts of our modernization program is reduction of paper. We're looking at digitizing forms. We're going paperless. I talked before about the pretty significant impacts of creating a whole new operating model that is less dependent on facilities, less dependent on people commuting. These all have significant implications to improvement to the environment and respect for the environment that we borrow from our kids. And quite frankly, I think we can maybe do a little better job articulating some of that and sort of teasing that out in these objectives, because I think your point's really well taken.
Thank you.
Just bear with us for a moment. Mayor's laptop is having a temporary issue. One moment, please.
I'm back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think, Madam Mayor, I believe we're at the end of the operating budget. There was a question from Councillor Crothers, and I think we can try and do a little better job before the budget's finalized, just referencing some of the positive environmental impacts of some of our corporate programs, and we will do that. So at that point, if there's no further questions, I could move to the open capital projects, which is Addendum 1, page 1 of 3.
Please, go ahead.
So, Madam Mayor, the majority of these are scheduled to close at the end of this year. There's only 2 that are actually continuing. One is the customer relationship management tool, and that one is being funded from an initial allocation of town funds augmented by a provincial grant that we've received, which we're delighted to be able to leverage the provincial money and take pressure off of our town fund commitment. And then we also have broadband expansion readiness. There's been some broadband work that's been done in terms of study and opportunities for moving forward. We'd like to keep that project open because we believe that that money could come in handy to help further initiatives to expand broadband throughout the EG community. So those are really the only 2 projects that that are going to move forward. So for the most part, they're going to close. Don't know if there's any questions on those 2, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions to Mr. Belcher? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Madam Mayor, then I will move to the proposed capital program for 2022. Just bear with me. So, Madam Mayor, I'll just go page by page here. The first one is one that you've seen many times. It's just our annual hardware replacement program. Sorry, pardon me. I'm going to start with customer relationship management tool, 21001. So this one, I think I spoke about earlier this morning. I think you're very familiar with the reason for this project. This is really going to assist us in terms of service delivery and tracking and assigning work orders. And as I said earlier today, in my opening presentation this morning, the long-term vision for this is that we would get to a point where perhaps residents would have the ability to go into the system directly, log requests, and be able to sort of track those. That would be a really wonderful state to be at. That's going to take some time and be in the future, but the foundation we're laying is hopefully providing for that to be possible. We then have 22001. 22001. 001. So this is something that our economic development director would like to put in place. It's an app that that we would be obtaining and using in our community. There's some work that we'd be doing in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce to try and sort of promote more of that shop local initiative that I think we've done some great work so far in promoting that EG Loves Local, and this would sort of build on that and continue to support investing in and purchasing from local businesses in East Gwillimbury. The next project, Madam Mayor, is the lead generation. And again, this builds on some of the work that Ms. Bégin has already done in looking at the target sector attraction strategy. So this would be, taking some of the work that was done in looking at what sectors would be best positioned to set up in East Gwillimbury and start to sort of work to develop investment leads and to try and sort of generate a prospect list that we could use to continue to promote business location and relocation into East Gwillimbury. Next slide, please, is the South Lake Health Center expansion project. This is one that council is very familiar with from recent council meetings and discussions. And really this provides for some resourcing to start to look at, how we could better promote East Gwillimbury with South Lake to potentially see program and service expansion in our community. And as we know, one of the key critical success factors in doing that would be defining a land acquisition and community fundraising approach, because without the land in the right location, that one would be a very tough sell. Next slide, please. Annual hardware replacement. This is just a standard one we have each year. The one thing I do want to say on this one is we're going to get in a moment to the council chambers AV upgrade. It's a $10,000 project. I'm going to recommend that we roll that $10,000 into project 22004. We don't need to expand the budget because we're of the opinion with the provincial money that we've been using and the COVID money to provide new and improved hardware to ensure that we are flexible and nimble, as we heard earlier. We're going to see that we should have enough in that 50,000 to cover the council upgrade. So I'm going to suggest that council upgrade project simply get rolled into the 50, and we would reduce our tax levy requirement by 10,000 accordingly. Security Administration 22005. Both 22005 and 22006 are tied to observations and recommendations that have been made by our external auditor. 22005 is really funds that we would use to do two things. One would be to start to develop policies and a framework and a program for system administration. And what that means in specific terms is right now we have user departments. We're very lean. And so what we've had to do is had users also doing what we call system administration, which is granting access, changing permissions, and so on. But when you're doing that and you're one of the people that you're granting permissions to and access to and functionality to, there is an inherent internal control weakness. Fortunately, we have wonderful people and we've never had any issues with that, but the auditors have picked up on that and said, as we grow, it would be very important to try and separate those duties. We also are hearing probably the number one request that we're hearing from users across our system is you need to provide, or we need to provide, more support in terms of application training so that all of these new ways of doing business and these new tools that are being rolled out, that people have access to resources to make sure that they're using those to their full potential, and that they're, making sure that they in fact are becoming more efficient in the way they do business. So that's 22005. 22006, the annual security audit, again, tying back to comments from our auditor. One of the things that we'd like to introduce, and this project tries to set a provision up to do that, we've been working with the consultant that did the N6 technology risk review a couple of years ago, and we'd like to have that firm come in and at least once a year do what we call penetration testing on our system. You don't have to look too far in a quick media search to see the tremendous number of cyber breaches that have occurred. Everything from other municipalities. Wasaga Beach was a well-known one. Just last week, Toronto Transit Commission was in the news, another cyber breach. So we have certainly made strides to make our environment safer, and that comes both in the form of software tools that we've introduced through things like MS365 and otherwise. We also have had process changes which are improving the way we do, we are, protecting ourselves. We've also introduced training, and I know members of council and all staff have been through some of our training. So that people, process, and technology triangle that we talk about is very relevant when it comes to cybersecurity. The thing that we would like is that we would also have an independent third party annually do a direct test of our system where their goal is to look for potential weaknesses and then put those on our radar so that we can make sure we're ahead of any successful cyber attack. So I'm pleased to report that we have stayed ahead of that to date, and we want to stay in that position. Going down a little bit farther, the audio, so the council chamber upgrades, that's an AV upgrade that we'd like to do to ensure that as part of our post-COVID hybrid mode of operating, that will be successful. But we do believe we can cover that within the $50,000 hardware replacement program, because really that's replacing existing equipment. The AV automation upgrades 22008, that's a little different. That one is to make our meeting rooms capable of supporting Teams virtual meetings. So for example, if you haven't had a chance already, when you do get into the new operations center and you look at our meeting rooms there, and particularly the EOC room, the technology in that room enables you to run a meeting with both in-person and virtual attendance, seamlessly. And so we really think that type of functionality needs to be present in any of our major meeting rooms. So that $10,000 project we want to proceed with. However, we do have provincial funds that we think are that would be well suited to be used for. So I would suggest that we're going to change the recommended funding source from information technology to grant, and so to take a little pressure off of our IT reserve. The analysis 22009, the analysis and requirements study for facilities and town Wi-Fi. We believe this is very important. However, Madam Mayor, we think this is something that could be delayed and covered off in 23. And we don't think that that's going to make a major difference in terms of rolling that improved service out. But we quite frankly think that our plate is probably pretty full in 2022, and that one may be best pushed off to 23. So that's what we're going to recommend. And I think this morning I said that I thought it was $40,000, but I stand corrected. It says $50,000. So just so that's clear. The Business Solutions Implementation Program is really the digital forms strategy. And you heard our fire chief talk about wanting to digitize forms, and there's a separate project in ECSS for this. This is the overarching project that tries to do this or initiate this across the system. So we'll be working with ECSS as well as others to digitize paper forms and paper processes. I just think one of the things I could make clear here, because there is a lot of activity being undertaken. I want to differentiate between our electronic content management project or program and this digital forms program. So we have over 800,000 electronic documents. Those are documents that reside within our various information systems in the town. Those are all being migrated to an improved Microsoft collaboration tool called SharePoint, with significant benefits already being achieved and much more that's being identified as go forward sustainable program benefits. In addition to that, we have significant paper forms that aren't even digital yet that need to be digitized and then need to be incorporated into improved processes. So for example, a very simple example would be when a bylaw officer goes out and takes out their paper booklet and writes out a ticket and puts the ticket in the windshield and goes back to the office, and then somebody at the office rekeys that into a system, and then they produce reports. Instead, we're looking at software and sort of technology across these departments that enables us to go out and enter these things directly into tablets, phones, etc., without the use of the paper. And back to Councillor Carruthers' point earlier, although I don't often speak about it in environmentally beneficial terms, there is direct environmental benefit to eliminating the amount of paper that we are producing, copying, distributing, and then throwing in the recycle bin. We can eliminate all sorts of paper and at the same time improve the way we do business. So this project is starting to focus on digitizing paper forms. And then the last one, Madam Mayor, that we have is our core funding that uses largely it's $200,000 being recommended from our IT reserve, another $100,000 from the provincial grant stream. Really, this is paying for three things. It's paying for our project manager slash SharePoint specialist, which is leading the SharePoint implementation project, and that's about $150,000. It's also paying for, as required, database analysis and administration services, and I spoke about that earlier, and that would be in the neighborhood of plus minus 75 to 100. And then it's also paying for project management support to help us manage. As I said, we're chipping away at a list of about 300 inputs we received through the service delivery review to assist us in managing and rolling out those modernization projects. So that is what those funds specifically would be used for. So it does seem like there's a lot of moving parts there, but there's a few main themes that keep coming up over and over. And what I can reassure council, and certainly want to reassure members of the public watching, that anything we're doing in this program area, we are only doing if we're seeing some sort of positive return on the investment of the dollars, whether they're provincial dollars or town dollars. Quite frankly, we want to make sure we're getting good return on our money, and we are to date. So, Madam Mayor, that's my summary, and happy to try and answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing a couple of questions here. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Velchik. And just to be clear, I'm not looking for happy coincidences or happy side effects. I'm looking for intentional strategic objectives and priorities where we are intentionally looking at environmental protection. It's wonderful when it's a happy side effect of something else that we're doing for another reason. But what I would really like for each department to be able to articulate is what they are specifically doing intentionally towards environmental protection. So thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to through you to a question to Mr. Velchich. Project 005, the Security Administration and Application Support, as well as the Cybersecurity Support Program. Those both sound to me like they are operating expenses, that they are ongoing needs that the organization will have. Why are they sitting in capital and not in operating?
Madam Mayor, thank you, Councillor Ray DeClemente. I'm actually really glad you asked that question because I believe over time we are going to have to transition to some ongoing operating resources that will be there to actually provide some of these types of supports. However, if you remember the resourcing chart that I showed earlier today, we're sitting with an FTE salary and benefit complement of 5 compared to 13 as an average amongst the northern 6 municipalities. We're trying to delay as long as possible, having to come to you and ask for additional full-time resources. I would also say that for something like annual security audit, and I'm sorry if you didn't mention that one, I thought maybe you did. You mentioned the security
Yes.
audit, cyber breach support.
I mentioned both. I mentioned them both.
Yeah, so the cyber breach, Councillor Ray DeClemente, the annual audit and cyber breach support program could also justifiably over time become budgeted in operating, no different than we budget for our annual external audit. But because it's something new that we are trying and we're looking to see how it works, what type of benefit we get from it, ensure that it's doing what we intend for it to do to make us better. We're putting it forward, I guess you might call it almost as in its initial phase as a bit of a pilot project to see how it works and what bang for the buck we get before we come to you and ask you to consider this as part of ongoing operating. But I do agree with you. That's likely where something like this will eventually end up, should it continue.
I'm just mindful of the fact, I know that we're trying to be cautious with respect to, the Shamrock model and so on. But again, we need to be investing in our people and building that bench strength on our own staff complement. And if you're telling me that we need $160,000 worth of consulting fees for something that's just going to be throwaway money to a certain extent because we don't retain any of that as far as that, we'll call it a project, when it's really an ongoing need for the organization. I think that we need to have a better look at this, and I would have preferred to see this as a resource added on as a new initiative rather than a capital drop in the bucket and give some money to a consultant. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, first of all, thank you again, Councillor Ray DeClemente, for the comments, and I appreciate those. What I would say is, first of all, I don't see them as throwaway at all. Doing a cyber audit is not throwaway. That gives us intelligence that we can use to ensure that we're proactively protecting the town's information systems. the security administration and application support, we do need to develop policies and a framework for how that will work. I don't think that will be throwaway at all. In terms of the application support, one of the reasons you see it here in capital is because we have a number of different applications that require support. So we've got folks that require support in relation to our financial information management system, our applicant tracking system, our new SharePoint document collaboration and sharing system. And so it's not always easy, I'm going to be honest with you, to find someone that can support all of that, like with one hat. Sometimes what we may be doing is we may be parsing that out, and depending on user demand, because really the only reason we want to do this is because the users throughout our system are saying they would benefit from it, then we want to source out the very best providers that can do that efficiently and effectively. At some point as we move forward, and I think once we get a little bit bigger, it may be that we have sort of a general sort of support person that is a conduit or go-between that's there to provide support for any sort of application support question. But I do think you make a really good point. I still think that initially this is probably just a little more prudent way to walk before we run, so to speak.
Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was going to go right down the same road that Councillor Roy DiClemente went down with this one. Perhaps though we could take it maybe a different direction also. I look at those two projects, 005 and 006, and I see some similarities in the type of work that's going to be done, and there might even be more there. Is there perhaps a saving to be had by advertising not as two projects, but maybe as one? If we're going to hire a consultant for 160, could we hire one for 140 and do both jobs? That type of thing. That's just off the top. But another question would be to do with 22003, the South Lake Health expansion. Do we have any idea of how many of our neighboring municipalities are doing the same thing that we might be looking at doing here? And I don't know if there's an answer for that, Mr. Balchik.
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Foster, and thank you, Councillor Foster, for the comments and questions. I don't know for certain. However, I would probably want to venture a guess that we would be seeing a lot of interest from surrounding municipalities that would say, we would love nothing more than to be part of a South Lake expansion. So I would find it a little hard to believe that EG is the only municipality that's interested in talking to South Lake at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have prepared a draft resolution for Council's consideration. The list that I'm going to share with you right now has a couple of highlighted areas for clarity based off of the conversations that you've had. And just a reminder to Council that at the beginning of the meeting this morning, Deputy CAO had identified some resourcing implication with respect to continuation of contracted services. So I have incorporated that within the context of this resolution, as it is a requirement by procurement to ensure that it's approved by Council.
Thank you. Be it resolved that Corporate Services 2022 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Corporate Services open capital project status be received, and that Corporate Services 2022 proposed tax supported operating budget be approved in principle, and that Budget Committee recommend that Council approve continuation of the following contracted services for 2022. A, Director of Information Management, Diverse Systems Group at a cost not to exceed $185,000 per annum, funded by operating budget and B, Project Management Application Specialist, ATC, Inc., to support implementation of major modernization initiatives, including the enterprise contract management and records management solution at a cost not to exceed $150,000 per annum, funded by capital budget modernization program, and that the 2022 new capital program for corporate services be approved in principle as followed. And I think everybody can read that as followed. If you can't, let me know and I'll read it out. You okay? All right. And then the second part is regarding the South Lake Health Center expansion. And
through you, Madam Mayor. So there were some notes made with respect to project number 22004. I believe the intent that was presented was to roll project 22007, which is the Council Chambers AB upgrade, into this project over here. So I have made a note of that here. And following, there was another note made for the audio video automation to be funded from grant funding.
thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Velchek.
Madam Mayor, just Madam Clerk, if you could also, if council wishes, it's obviously council's prerogative, but I'm recommending that the 22009 be deferred to 2023.
Thank you. Are there any questions on these items? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, next on the agenda is the finance budget, and I'm looking at the time. I would suggest that maybe we try to get through finance and potentially legal, and then we would call it for the afternoon, and then resume with the rest on Wednesday, if that's okay with council.
Thank you. Does that split our days? And so Wednesday would be pretty much full day also?
It could possibly be a full day, at least till noon.
Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure that we had enough time on Wednesday to make sure that we concluded. That's fine. Okay, so let's press ahead. I'm not seeing any naysayers at this time, so we'll press ahead. I'm looking at the clock, and I think we can get through these. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Mayor. The Finance Department consists of a lean branch of 13 staff members and 1 contract position, divided up into 3 groups. First group is financial services, which consists of our accounting area, our tax and utilities, and our operating budget areas. Our capital and development finance group looks after our capital budget, looks after development charges, and it also looks after coordinating grant submissions. Our final area is our procurement, which it coordinates the procurement function for the rest of the town. Next page, please. So these are our key priorities and objectives. Just to list a few of them. So annually, we coordinate the budget and business planning process, and we plan to do that again. We also prepare the financial statements for the corporation. We have started an amendment to our development charge bylaw to incorporate the cost increases associated with the Health and Active Living Plaza, and to bring our bylaw into conformity with the change legislation. So we're hoping to complete that in Q1 2022. One of the other things we're doing is assuming the responsibility for processing the library financial transactions. So that's been discussed for a while, and in beginning of 2022, we're going to start the process to assume that responsibility. And finally, what we're going to try to do for 2022 is continue on our process with online payments for our tax and water bill and our e-billing. Next slide. So this page is basically our reserves, and as you can see, our reserves are remaining steady for the past couple of years. We've had an increase in our development charge collections based on the increase in building permit activity that we experienced in 2021. So you see that spike in our DCs collected, and you can see the rest of our operating and asset replacement reserves remaining pretty steady throughout the last couple of years. Next slide, please. So we collect taxes on behalf of York Region and in the province, as well as our taxes in the last couple of years with 0% increases. Our component of tax levy collection has remained constant. So the province also implemented 0% increase as well, so they've remained constant as well, and the region has increased theirs slightly. So you see the increase trending over the last couple of years. Our tax and water account openings have remained steadily increased. We've had about 300 to 500 new accounts. Actually, sorry, 200 to 300 new accounts activated in the last couple of years. And finally, in the beginning of 2021, we opened up our online access to our water and tax accounts. And to date, we have opened up approximately 4,600 accounts that have access to their water and tax information, which is about a third of the water accounts that we have in the town. And in mid this year, we also started our e-billing, and we've got about 700 accounts that have opened, and that 700 accounts has saved the town approximately $1,000 a month in terms of issuing bills and mailing. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So our budget summary, since 90% of our budget is salaries, the biggest pressure on our budget for this year is salaries. So 24,000, so our pressure on salaries is about $36,000. 24 of that, it relates to transfer from the library to help them process their financial transactions. And 12,000 of that is for step and benefit increases. We've got some minor increases in equipment, so cell phones for about 2,000, and some increased payroll costs. We received a notice that costs were increasing for payroll processing, and that's another $2,000. We've offset this slightly by our increase in user fees that we receive from our water and tax account changes. And so that kind of offsets the pressure on our operating program. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to assume that you did a terrific job and there's no questions to be asked.
I'll assume that as well.
We'll go with that for sure. Okay.
So next is our open capital. So it's page 1 of the addendum, page 1 of 3. We have 4 projects. Oh, there we go. We have 4 projects on the list, and 2 of them have been completed. So the financial system review and enhancement has been completed, and our water financial plan was also completed. So those are closing. Our self-serve portal, we have 1 final customization that has to be completed, which we're anticipating in Q1 2022, and we'll be able to complete that project. The community benefit strategy is linked to the development charges and the legislation of Bill 108. And as we're deferring our update to our development charge bylaw, we're deferring this project as well until we start our update, which we're anticipating in Q4 of 2022. So I'm happy to answer any questions on these projects.
Thank you. Questions on the projects? I'm not seeing any at this time.
So that's all I have in terms of, we have no capital for 2022. So that I am finished my section of the review.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to display the resolution onto the screen. Just bear with me for a minute.
Thank you. Be it resolved that Finance 2022 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Finance open capital project status be received, and that Finance 2022 proposed tax supported operating budget be approved in principle. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
So the next section would be General Manager Horner and Legal and Counsel Support Services, which you find on page 35 of your binder, or page 32 if you're on the website.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Just to walk you through our budget proposal for next year. Legal and Counsel Support Services, we have the 3 branches. We've got legal, bylaw enforcement, and clerks, complement of 10 full-time employees. And if I describe what we do with the broad brush, we provide legal advice to the town. We provide contract support. We also provide education in terms of the town's bylaws, and we enforce those bylaws when we need to. The clerk's department provides support to council and its committees, and is also the custodian of the town's records. We also do fun things. So for instance, we run the election, and we perform weddings. So that's kind of what we do, big picture. If I can have the next slide, please. In terms of what's up for next year, it's really all hands on deck for the election. So the election is the big focus for 2022. And then I think in terms of legal and bylaw enforcement, we really need to stay on top of zoning issues and in enforcing the zoning bylaw, particularly as it relates to cannabis production in the town. And I think everybody would like to see council back in the chamber. So I think those are kind of really the 3 big items for next year. If we can take a look at the next slide, please. So this first slide, claims against the town, we're down to about 1 for 2021, and I can't offer any explanation for it. You might have thought that more people would be out on the trails and slipping and falling, but it's not actually the case. And in terms of new legal matters, like to use that as a measurement of how busy the legal department is, and I think really it's pretty well constant year to year, so nothing really interesting there. If I could have the next slide, please. So in speaking with the manager of bylaw enforcement in terms of what's happening here, the town gets bigger, and as the town gets bigger, we have more complaints. We see that, and complaints drive inspections in terms of an investigation of what's happening, and then taking the matter through to conclusion. So lots of inspection activity, and as well you'll see that parking is near and dear to the residents of East Gwillimbury. So we do get a lot of parking complaints, and the natural flow out of that is a lot of parking tickets. If I could have the next slide, please. So in terms of what I am thinking is happening here is the clerk's department does provide typically a lot of services externally, whether it's commissioning of oaths or performing weddings, and that stuff just hasn't been happening over the course of the pandemic. So you'll see that these lines are flat. But if you look at the corporate support line, Madam Clerk has been very busy providing internal support to the COVID control group and to participating in the modernization effort. So I think that's what I have for slides in terms of what I'd hope to bring to your attention. If I could have the next slide, please. And in terms of what's happening with this proposed budget for next year, really, like many of my colleagues, we see that steps through band increases and benefits is a key cost. But by far most significant for us is the cost of the election next year, and so there's the $300,000 expense, which is a draw from reserves. That's key. And then another thing that's happened with the budget is that license fees are down, but revenue attributable to parking tickets is up, and so I think that's going to offset. And we're asking for $3,600 and a budget increase of 0.1%. If I could have the next slide, please. And here it is, all laid out for everyone. And I'm very happy to take any questions on the operating side and the earlier slides too, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Questions? I'm not seeing any.
Okay, let's have the next slide, please. So we're a support department, and we spend money, but I kind of like the revenue branch, and just kind of proud of the team. We're all doing our part to bring in revenue, so happy to show that slide. And then maybe if we can just move to open capital, please. So open capital is the first addendum, and we're on the first page. So we're showing 3 projects. The first 2 are complete. The first 2 relate to the enterprise content management system. The clerk's department went first, so that project is complete and will be closed. And then the third project is the parking management software, and I think I'm right if I say that was a 3-year project, and next year is the last piece of it, and then it'll be closed for 2023. Happy to take any questions on these.
Questions? I'm not seeing any yet. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
If we move forward to the next slide, I think it'll be it's a 10-year capital budget summary, and we're just tracking a couple of different items. So the first item that we're tracking at 60,000 for 2024 is electoral review, and for the it's not necessary, of course, for the coming election, but for the 2026 election, we need to look at where people are living and where the ward boundaries ought to be, that kind of thing. And so we're proposing to set some money aside for that. And then in 2025 and 2027, we're showing some money for replacement vehicles for the bylaw enforcement team. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Horner?
And
not seeing any.
Maybe it's a wrap.
Maybe it is.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to bring forward the resolution for Council's consideration.
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton. Be it resolved that Legal and Counsel Support Services 2022 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the finance open capital project status be received, and that Legal and Counsel Support Services 2022 proposed tax supported operating budget be approved in principle. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
So, Madam Mayor, I would propose that this would be a good place to leave off right now. And we could start on Wednesday with presentations from the community groups and the library. And then after that, we can continue on with the CAO's budget review and then the mayor and council.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Yes, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do have some reminders for council for the Wednesday meeting that's coming up. Of course, the adjournment of this particular meeting is still outstanding, but just a reminder that earlier through conversation in regards to Health and Active Living Plaza, the intent was to hold a special council meeting. So that will be following the budget committee meeting that's being held on the 24th. Our staff is going to prepare the draft agenda, the agenda, and circulate all the items to you sometime tomorrow, perhaps prior to noon. So we'll do our best to make sure that that's in your hands prior to Wednesday. But I just wanted to kind of make note of the adjournment section as well.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for people's calendar scheduling, what might you suggest that they book a full day? And then we will go from there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, currently as it stands, from 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. is booked in everybody's calendar. I don't necessarily anticipate that day to be a 9 to 4. So if everybody can just perhaps remain available for the day, we can carry on with the special council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini.
May I suggest maybe we start at 10? If everybody's okay with it, then you can go as long as you want. Just a suggestion.
I'm fine with that. Could I just have a show of hands if 10 works for people better than 9? I have 2.
No,
3.
yes.
Sorry, hands right up. I have 2. So I think we'll stay at 9 o'clock then. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, and
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I was trying to check my calendar. 10 o'clock will work for me if that makes a difference. I'm fine either way. I had already scheduled things to be available at 9, but if 10 will also work.
I'll give it one more try. Put your hand up for 10 o'clock. I have 4.
Through Madam Mayor, just wanted to make a reminder that we do have external presenters presenting that day. That includes your advisory committees as well as committee groups that have already been confirmed for 9 o'clock. So I'm not sure
We
how
have
that's
to
going
leave it. Yeah, that's okay. Leave it the way it is. I didn't realize that. Leave it the way it is.
I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. I should have checked with our clerk first.
Leave it the way it is then.
Okay, we'll see you all at 9 o'clock on
Thank you for
Wednesday if
good
I don't
day.
see you before. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
just an adjournment, sorry.
Yes, could I have a motion, mover to adjourn, Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.